The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Room is Washington, D.C., June 10th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Paul A. Gosar to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from the minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to express my profound and deep gratitude to the Kelso Police Department, the FBI, and Columbia County Sheriff's Office. On May 19th, the FBI Portland Field Office was given a tip that there was a potential threat to the Three Rivers Crossing, a mall located in my district in Kelso. An investigation was immediately launched in coordination with local partners, and law enforcement were able to identify the teenage suspect the next day. During the investigation, law enforcement discovered the suspect had shared heinous, detailed plans for a mass shooting in online chat rooms and had the intent and the means to carry out a horrific attack. People rarely get thanked for the fires they prevent, the disasters they forestall, the wreck that doesn't happen, and I think it's incredibly important that we pause and recognize the skill and the dedication and the intelligence and the bravery that these officers and law enforcement agents exemplified in preventing what would have been a horrifying event. The families that weren't torn apart, the pain that wasn't caused, the lives that weren't wrecked. We are so grateful for the work and the diligence you represent every day. And thank you for your dedication and work. I think it's also important that we spend time understanding what the root causes of this evil are. The rot of isolation, the impotence of rage, the mental illness, the corrosion of social networks, and how we've gotten to this point where we are. To each officer who worked to keep Southwest Washington safe, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Families are together today because of your work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the recent arrest made by the Thurston County Sheriff's Office in my district. On June 1st, 2 men illegally gained access to Joint Base Lewis McChord in Pierce County. Once inside, they broke into a U.S. Army Ranger operational facility where they were discovered. After assaulting the man who found them with both a hammer and a knife, they fled with about $14,000 worth of stolen military equipment and weapons. After an extensive investigation to identify the 2 assailants, the Army Criminal Investigation Division reached out to Thurston County Sheriff's Office for assistance in executing the arrest warrant. The FBI SWAT team who executed the arrest in Lacey, Washington, found 35 weapons, including rifles and a machine gun, as well as a large amount of Nazi paraphernalia in every room of that home. Both suspects were already involved in Nazi white nationalist efforts. Thank you to the quick work of Thurston Sheriff's Office, the Army, the FBI. Thanks to you, these 2 dangerous men were identified and taken into custody. Thank you to the Thurston County Sheriff's Office for keeping Southwest Washington safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Haradopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Sergeant Charles Martin, a proud veteran of World War II and today's Brevard County June Veteran nominee and honoree. Charles began his service in the Merchant Marine, bravely taking on the dangerous mission of guarding Allied shipping routes from prowling U-boats and Stuka dive bombers. His commitment carried him across the globe from the Atlantic to the shores of Japan. There he took part in the Allied occupation as a member of the 5th Air Force, and in his own words, had the incredible honor of being saluted by General Douglas MacArthur himself. Sergeant Martin was part of the greatest generation, a group of Americans who gave years to defend liberty and defeat tyranny. We owe it to them and to Charles to ensure that their sacrifices are never forgotten. And so today we honor Sergeant Charles Martin, our good friend from Brevard County. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ava Hernandez, a recipient of the prestigious 2025 Ray Aviation Scholarship, an honor that will support her journey to earning a private pilot's license. Ava was nominated for this scholarship by the Brevard County Experimental Aircraft Association chapter in appreciation of her love for aviation, constant volunteer work, dedication to flight training, and her stellar academic performance. Ava's passion for aviation grew from her involvement in the 99th Squadron, a Brevard County-based nonprofit organization that exposes middle and high school students to the fundamentals of flight. Ava's commitment to aviation is truly admirable, and I want to thank those who have encouraged youth involvement in the industry, such as the EAA and the 99th Squadron, for shaping the next generation of pilots. Congratulations, Ava, on your accomplishment, an honor well earned. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Roe Conifer. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the largest challenges our country faces is exploding deficits. The Republican budget would add $2.4 trillion over 10 years to the existing deficits. Let me show this chart. This chart, the yellow line, shows the existing deficits as they currently are projected. The Republicans would take those existing deficits and add over 10 years $2.4 trillion. Now, Ray Dalio and Jamie Dimon have said this is a disaster, that the bond markets are afraid. Why are the bond markets afraid? Because they know that the Fed would engage in quantitative easing, buying up more Treasury bonds as people outside view the Treasuries as more risky, and this will lower the value of the dollar, and it will make basically all Americans poorer. But people are tired of just hearing one side bash the other side about deficits and no one doing anything about it. And so today we are introducing a plan, a real plan to lower deficits in America. This plan would take the deficit down over the next 10 years to below 3% of GDP. The historical average over the last 50 years has been under 4% of GDP. The Republican plan, by the way, independent analysis, takes the deficits to 7 to 8.6% of GDP. That's the highest it's ever been in peacetime. Our plan would take it back down to under 4%. Here you see the Republican deficits. Here you see the current deficits. Here you see our plan, which would reduce deficits by $12 trillion. Now you say, how are we going to do this deficit reduction? Where are the spending cuts and where are the revenue generators? It's pretty simple, actually. We need to start with the Pentagon and modernizing the Pentagon. This is what Elon Musk actually signed up to do with SpaceX and initially with Doge. He wanted to cut the bloated defense contractors and the waste out of the Pentagon. We need not cost-plus accounting. We need new competition. Secondly, we need to go after negotiating big pharma. Medicare should be negotiating drug prices. Third, we should be stopping Medicare Advantage from ripping off the American people. They're upcoding. They're making people sicker than they actually are. We should make competitive procurement for the government. None of this, by the way, is in the Republican plan. These are the big ticket items that would actually start to reduce the deficit. They always say our side, oh, we're not for spending cuts. Right here, spending cuts. Actual spending cuts of what we can be doing to reduce the deficit. And end fossil fuel subsidies. Musk has called for this too, by the way, ending these fossil fuel subsidies. And then let's have some revenue generators. You know, you have to both cut spending and generate revenue. Let's tax billionaires. I never understood the billionaire argument. I have more billionaires than anyone in this chamber. They're $5 trillion companies in my district. Apple, Google, NVIDIA, Broadcom, and Tesla. I'm saying let's raise taxes on them. I don't understand how this is a hard vote for 434 other members of Congress. And we should be making sure that we are taxing our stock buybacks, that we're making sure that when we have large inheritances, people who are inheriting it actually have to pay capital gains, so that we in this country start to reward hard work again, not just speculation, so that we celebrate the people who are doing daily work and paying taxes as opposed to just speculators who are avoiding taxes. Anyway, this plan would reduce the deficit, reduce debt by $12 trillion over 10 years, and it would also reduce the interest payments on the deficit every year, which would add an extra $2 trillion of savings. Now, I'm not saying this plan is perfect, but here's what I think every member of Congress should do. Propose how you're going to reduce the deficit. Tell the American people how the math works. Every member of Congress owes that to their constituents. If you disagree with me, have your own plan. But here's what I do know. The Republican plan is just going to explode deficits, and it's going to hurt the American economy and make us all poorer. I hope, Mr. Speaker, we can come together in this body to be honest with the American people, to actually have a calculator, to do math, and to propose real plans for deficit reduction. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Greg Parker on being named 2025 Retailer Executive of the Year by Convenience Store News. Greg, the founder and CEO of Parker's Kitchen, has grown his business from one store in 1976 to his 100th in a grand opening in April of 2025. His brand has become a role model in business, being synonymously described as clean, friendly, profitable, and philanthropic. Greg exhibits the best characteristics of this award. He is a leader, positively impacts his community, and strives for business excellence. He is often recognized for his significant philanthropic efforts, recently donating $20 million to the Savannah Community Foundation. This generous donation is just one of many throughout his successful career. Greg, the 1st District of Georgia, appreciates you and your many years of friendship. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Savannah's recent distinction as one of the nation's top honeymoon destinations. The city was ranked 6th overall, accompanied by renowned areas such as Palm Springs, Napa Valley, and Miami. Savannah's downtown offers visitors a plethora of experiences. The Savannah Historic District offers preserved architecture and museums for history enthusiasts. Broughton Street offers a wide range of shopping options, features a mix of small local shops and a large commercial retailer. If visitors prefer a more relaxing experience, Tybee Island is just 15 minutes away. On Tybee Island, vacationers can enjoy the serene beaches, outdoor activities, and coastal relaxation. Savannah's distinctive blend of cultural richness and coastal beauty makes it an ideal destination for newlyweds. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Robert Headley for receiving the Student Organization Leader of the Year Award at Georgia Southern University. This award is presented annually to a student who demonstrates exceptional leadership, embodies their organization's values, and positively impacts student life on campus. As president of the Interfraternity Council during the 2024 and 2025 academic year, he played a central role in advancing Greek life and fostering collaboration among Greek organizations. Robert is an outstanding young man who has consistently excelled in all the mentioned areas. Congratulations, Robert, on this remarkable achievement, and we wish you the best in your future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the late Nicholas Pappas, a distinguished gentleman who devoted more than 30 years to the restaurant scene in Savannah, Georgia. As a longtime owner of the Olympic Cafe, he united locals and tourists with his cherished recipes, exceptional culinary skills, and warm personality. Under his leadership, the restaurant gained significant acclaim, being ranked in the top 10% of restaurants worldwide by TripAdvisor in 2024. Mr. Pappas was more than just a restaurant owner. He was a loving father and a grandfather, a mentor and a role model, and an exemplary civil servant. His legacy will live on through Olympia Cafe, where countless memories and joy were brought to many. He set a superb example for others to follow through his welcoming manner and unwavering work ethic. Today, we celebrate Nicholas Pappas's life, the community he strengthened, and the one-of-a-kind service he provided to the people of Savannah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam. Thanks. Sorry about that. For 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, imagine if someone if someone owed you money, and the idea that they pay you back immediately, but then they take weeks, months, and then years to do so. Well, that's what's going on right now with our federal government. The IRS has a backlog of tax refunds, and it's costing the American people a lot of money. And instead of fixing the backlog and rooting out waste and fraud, this administration is defunding the IRS and firing tax experts. They are opening the door for more waste, fraud, and abuse, not less. And this doesn't save money. Instead, we will lose out on $159 billion in tax revenue. And the impacts are not just hypothetical. I'm hearing from constituents all over my district who are tangibly impacted by this backlog and by what's going on at the IRS. Take a small business in my district who filed for a tax refund. They're owed tens of thousands of dollars, money that's critical to running and growing their business, and now they can't make new investments because they're waiting for their refund. Or another family whose refund has taken years now, and they continue to see delays in getting their money back. Defunding the IRS will only make those delays worse. And firing the tax watchdogs who prevent corruption will help big corporations dodge taxes left and right. DOGE is enabling tax fraud and making it harder to hold corporations more accountable. And if you want to save taxpayers' money, how about we fix the IRS, not dismantle it? This will save more money than DOGE ever would. Mr. Speaker, many people think that after Elon Musk left his post and is taking shots at the administration that DOGE is over, but that's simply not true. The real architect of DOGE is Russell Vought. Vought is the co-author of Project 2025, the memo that President Trump said he has nothing to do with during the campaign trail. And Vought currently heads the Office of Management and Budget and said himself that he wants to traumatize the federal workforce. And he said, quote, "We want them to not want to go to work. We want their funding to be shut down. We want to put them in trauma." This includes firing hard-to-replace civil servants, scientists, and meteorologists, and intimidating and harassing those who remain in hopes of driving them out of the federal government, despite their expertise that we need to keep our country safe and prosperous. And let's be clear, this is not about making government more efficient. In fact, they want to replace many of these jobs with loyalists, even setting up loyalty tests. They are driving a brain drain in our federal government by choosing loyalty to the president over merit and competence, creating less efficiency and more waste, fraud, and abuse, and opportunities for corruption. Essentially, we have to stop this. And make no mistake, I will fight this every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the new fire station that just opened off of Route 50, Station 7. This new 23,000 square foot facility is replacing the previous fire station that was built in 1971 and will provide a crucial life-saving service to over 6,000 residents, covering over 40 square miles of response area. Station 7 will be staffed around the clock by career and volunteer firefighters and respond to calls of all types, medical, fire, and even wildland support. And the work that these first responders do is critical, and they keep all of us healthy, safe, and protected, putting their lives on the line for the benefit of the community. And as a former volunteer firefighter myself, for the crews operating out of the new Aldi fire station, thank you for your service and dedication to our community. Mr. Speaker, the big ugly bill the House passed is actually far worse than we thought for Virginians. A new report shows that the red tape this bill adds to Medicaid eligibility could leave over 400,000 people in Virginia uninsured. That will lead to full ERs, long wait times, and higher insurance premiums for all Virginians. The bill also continues the attack on Virginia's federal workforce by undermining benefits for contractors, veterans, and longtime civil servants. And while Virginians are being squeezed by grocery prices because of tariffs, the cuts to SNAP in this bill will mean tens of thousands of kids and over 35,000 veterans could lose their access to affordable food. I don't think leaving children and veterans without food assistance is beautiful at all. And the truth is, this big, ugly bill is that it will bankrupt future generations by exploding the debt. It'll hurt our economy in Virginia and leave kids and seniors without food and care. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for her 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate McAllen High School Mariachi Oro for winning their 8th Texas Association of Mariachi Educators State Championship and 10th consecutive UIL State Mariachi Festival Division I sweepstakes. At the start of this year, many of the musicians were brand new to the team, and they were seen as the underdogs to the competition. But through hard work, through dedication and daily practices, they worked together to secure these highly competitive titles. Their vibrant performances capture the spirit of Tejano music and continues to impress audiences nationwide. I am honored to have the students and directors here today to share the culture and the music of the Rio Grande Valley. Congratulations, Mariachi Oro. Your community is so proud of your hard work, your talent, and your dedication. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
No objection.
Today, I rise about issues of great importance and concern to me, my constituents, and not just, today I rise to speak about issues of great concern to me, my constituents, and that are of utmost importance, not just for national security, but for the soul of our country. Anti-Semitism is taking unpredictable variety of forms and has deepened anxieties among many American Jews and has contributed to a sense that simply existing in public as a Jewish person is increasingly dangerous. The number of anti-Semitic episodes in the United States in 2023 in the wake of the Hamas attack on Israel was the highest ever recorded in a one-year period, according to the Anti-Defamation League. Dangerous words turn into dangerous action, and Jewish communities simply do not feel safe or supported. And two things can be true at the same time. The suffering in Gaza is absolutely horrific. The stories of the children in Gaza are the stories I grew up hearing because this is the history of my family, which is why I cannot be silent in the face of children and families being starved. My family fled to this country in what here is known as the potato famine, but in Ireland's known as Angorta Mór, which is the Great Hunger. Because there was plenty of food, it was a policy choice to starve the Irish. And this is what's happening in Gaza. Keeping food and medicine from women and children and elders is just wrong, and not for nothing. Nobody starts a revolution on a full stomach. Tens of thousands of civilians, mothers, children, grandparents have been killed or displaced. Entire neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble. Hospitals, schools, and places of worship lie in ruins. And the American people are watching in horror. And let me be absolutely clear. Hamas's brutal October 7th attack was an atrocity. I condemn it fully and unequivocally. No cause justifies the murder of innocent people or the taking of hostages. Israel has the right to defend itself, but what we're seeing now is not defense, it's devastation. Tens of thousands of Palestinians are dead, the majority of which are women and children. This is not security, it is not peace, it is collective punishment, and it violates international law. At the same time, I want to say just as clearly, there is no place for anti-Semitism anywhere, ever. Not in our communities, not in our political discourse, not in our movement for peace. We can and must condemn the horrors of war without feeding hatred. We can mourn Palestinian lives without denying the trauma of the Jewish people. Holding the Jewish community responsible for the actions of the Israeli government is anti-Semitic. However, it is not anti-Semitic to speak out against what is happening in Gaza, and the U.S. is complicit in keeping food, water, and medicine from a starving and traumatized people. The United States has a moral obligation to stand up for human rights, for international law, and for peace. And that means we must press for an immediate and lasting ceasefire. We must demand the release of all hostages. And this isn't about choosing sides. It's about choosing a future where Israelis and Palestinians can live in safety and dignity and peace. And I've heard from thousands of my constituents, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and secular, who are begging for us to lead with compassion and courage. And this is a moral crossroads for our nation, and history will remember whether we met the moment or shrank from it. Mr. Speaker, let's work to end this war, bring the hostages home, end Hamas's reign of terror, and build a future where no parent, Israeli or Palestinian, has to bury a child because we failed to act. I yield back.
Yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievement of the Davenport Assumption girls soccer team, who have once again made Iowa history. With a 2-0 victory over the #1 ranked Denver Cyclones, the Knights captured their record-setting 12th Iowa State Championship. This win marks their first title since 2021 and is a testament to the perseverance, heart, and teamwork that defines Iowa athletes. Led by senior Drew Dorsey and freshman Ruby Stevens, the Knights showed skill, leadership, and grit on the field. Dorsey scored 1 goal and assisted on the other, setting the tone and sealing the win. From defense to offense, the entire squad played with unity and determination. This moment is more than a victory, it's a legacy. And it speaks to what young women in sports can accomplish when they believe in each other, never give up, and have a level playing field. Congratulations to Coach Elizabeth Moss, the players, and the entire Davenport Assumption community. You've made your sport, your school, and your state proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor an exceptional Iowan, Carla Isink, who retired after 29 years of service as the executive director of the Marion County Development Commission. Carla was the very first to hold this role, and for nearly 3 decades, she worked tirelessly to strengthen economic growth, support local businesses, and champion the people of Marion County. From launching the Business Retention and Expansion Program to the Best of Red Rock Awards and the Red Rock Startup Pitch Contest, Carla's leadership left a lasting mark. What stands out most is her deep love for the people she worked with, the partners across Iowa and the local citizens who showed up, rolled up their sleeves, and believed in the future of their community. Carla, on behalf of Marion County, Iowa, and the U.S. House of Representatives, thank you for your extraordinary service. Your legacy will continue to shape Marion County for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with urgency and determination to address the alarming rise in anti-Semitic violence sweeping across our nation. In recent weeks, 2 young Israeli embassy staffers, Yaron Lischinki and Sarah Milgram, were shot and killed outside the Capitol Jewish Museum here in Washington, D.C., by radical Hamas supporters shouting, "Free Palestine." These 2 young people were soon to be engaged, their future stolen in an instant. In Colorado, a man attacked a peaceful march supporting Israeli hostages with a makeshift flamethrower, injuring 8 innocent people, some in critical condition. Across our college campuses, anti-Semitic incidents have surged by over 80%, with students facing threats, vandalism, and violence simply because of their identity or their support for Israel. Enough is enough. That's why I'm introducing the Commission to Study Acts of Anti-Semitism in the United States, a bipartisan effort to investigate these hateful acts, uncover their root causes, and deliver concrete recommendations to Congress, local communities, and the President on how we can prevent further violence. This is not a partisan issue. It is, however, a moral imperative. No American should live in fear of their faith or their safety. We must stand united in saying anti-Semitism has no place on our campuses, no place in our streets, and no place in the future of this country. I'm committed to ensuring that we act, not just speak, because the time to confront rising hate is now. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Army. As a 24-year Army veteran married to a 30-year Army veteran, this moment hits close to home. For 2.5 centuries, the Army has answered the call, not for glory, but for country. It is not just the history books or the battlefields that define the Army. It is the people. It is the young men and women from small towns and big cities who raise their hand, lace up their boots, and swear an oath to protect this nation and its values. I've seen what that sacrifice looks like. I've worn the uniform, I've served beside heroes, and I know what it means to be part of something bigger than yourself. The Army isn't just celebrating a birthday, it is marking 250 years of grit, honor, service, and rolling along. Here's to those who came before us, those serving now, and those yet to wear the uniform. Happy birthday to the United States Army. Army strong, always. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish a birthday to a very special person, the eldest of 8 children, my brother, Richard Miller. Richard Miller served in the Army, served in the coal mines in Pennsylvania, joined the Secret Service, and guarded 4 presidents during their presidency and Ronald Reagan post-presidency. After retiring from the Secret Service, he then joined the Los Angeles Police Academy, completing a rigorous police academy work, and then served in local law enforcement. Richard, I just want to wish you a very happy birthday. So proud that you're my brother. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce California's 29th District's winners of this year's Congressional Art Competition. In third place, from Ulysses S. Grant High School in Valley Glen, we have Daniel Graciano's Whispers of the Woods. Daniel's piece shows a lonely cabin sitting quietly by the water's edge, embraced by towering pines and deep shadows. This ink drawing captures a sense of isolation of nature, where time stands still and every tree tells a story. It's a perfect escape drawn in silence. This piece will be hanging in my district office in Arleta. In second place, from Van Nuys High School, we have Gayan Charian's Forlorn art piece. In this piece, we see a girl sitting alone on a swing. The shadow of herself is her only company. This is an important piece that lets people know loneliness and mental health affects us all. I also want to take this time to share the 988 Lifeline that is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Help is available for everyone who needs it. This piece will be hanging in my Washington, D.C. office. And now, in first place, from Puck Lakeview Charter High School in Sylmar, we have Nevia Cortez's piece, Heavy Minded. This piece shows how your inner thoughts can sometimes feel heavy. However, this piece also shows how to appreciate the beauty in the things that you find joy in. This piece will proudly be on display in the Cannon Tunnel for the next year. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of all the students who submitted their pieces for this year's art competition. This year's submissions told personal stories about what it means to be a high schooler in 2025. I want to thank all the students who submitted a piece, and I look forward to seeing where these students' talents carry them in their future endeavors. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to praise the One Big Beautiful Bill and its impact on rural communities. The House took an important step for rural America by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. And for communities across Eastern Washington, the relief cannot come soon enough. For years, rural communities with large amounts of federal land face a structural disadvantage. They can't collect property taxes on those lands, yet they are still expected to keep schools open, maintain roads, and provide public safety. The Forest Service manages millions of acres in our region, but it is our local government that is left holding the bag. The One Big Beautiful Bill helps fix that broken system. It restores stable, reliable funding to rural counties that host federal forests by reauthorizing the Secure Rural Schools program through fiscal year 2026. That means our county commissioners and local leaders can plan with confidence, knowing the federal government will keep its promise to pay predictable share forest revenues to the school districts that I represent. I've heard directly from our county leaders in Asotin, Ferry, Pend Oreille, Stevens, and Walla Walla counties. The uncertainty is real. Some are facing a 40% cut. This puts rural services and teaching jobs at risk. Fortunately, the Big Beautiful Bill delivers the kind of support they need and they deserve. Now it's time for the Senate to act. Let's get it to the President's desk and deliver for rural America. Our communities have waited long enough. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say happy birthday to the U.S. Army. On June 14th, we will celebrate a remarkable milestone, the 250th birthday of the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, the Army has stood as a pillar of strength, sacrifice, and service. From the earliest days of our nation's founding to today's complex challenges, Army soldiers have defended our freedoms, upheld our values, and protected the American people with unwavering courage. This historic anniversary reminds us of the countless sacrifices made by generations of men and women in uniform, those who have answered the call to serve, often at great personal cost. On this special occasion, we honor their legacy of dedication and resilience that continues to inspire us all. To the brave soldiers past and present, thank you for your service. Happy 250th birthday, U.S. Army. Mr. Speaker, as a proud alumnus of Washington State University, I rise today to celebrate a tremendous achievement that brings national recognition to our state and to one of our leading institutions of higher learning. Please join me in congratulating Regents Professor Anjan Bose of WSU for receiving the prestigious IEEE Power and Energy Society's Lifetime Achievement Award. This is one of the highest honors in the field and is a testament to Dr. Bose's groundbreaking work in power grid automation, control, and education. His research not only shaped the future of global energy systems, but has also inspired and educated generations of engineers right in Eastern Washington and beyond. We are fortunate to have such world-class expertise in our region, and this award is a proud moment for WSU and for our entire state. Congratulations to Dr. Bose, and as always, go Cougs. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 19th time to call on the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children. I'm a father. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old at home, Max and Lucy, and like any parent, I want the very best for my kids. I am so lucky that I do not have to worry about whether they will be fed today or tomorrow. But around the world, malnutrition, starvation, is the #1 cause of death for children. When a child suffers from malnutrition, it stunts their growth. Their organs shut down. For toddlers, like my 3-year-old, they can have their body weight reduced to be as low as an infant's. And when they suffer from extreme malnutrition, they can't be fed traditional food anymore. In order to save their lives and to cure their malnutrition, they need this, Plumpy Nut. It is a packet of fortified paste. They take one of these per day, and after a month, they are back up to normal body weight and healthy once again. Adizia Nutrition in North Kingstown is one of 2 places in the country that produces Plumpy Nut. All of the ingredients come from American farms and factories, the peanuts, the soybeans, the sugar, the dairy. It's manufactured here in the United States, and until recently was shipped around the world, reaching 400,000 children a month. Think about that, 400,000 children a month whose lives were being saved. That is until Elon Musk and the Trump administration cut off funding for this program. There is nothing woke about this. This is not waste. This is not fraud. This is nutrition for starving kids, and it needs to be restored. These production lines have been shut down. There are boxes and boxes of this stuff sitting in a warehouse in Rhode Island instead of getting to the kids who need it. And what is the impact of this halt in funding? Not only does it mean that there are more kids starving around the world by the thousands, it also means that our adversaries, particularly China, have a golden opportunity to swoop into the rescue and build goodwill with nations all around the world. You see, foreign aid is not just charity. It serves our interests as a country as well. When we build goodwill with nations that have rare earth minerals, that can assist us in intelligence gathering against terrorist organizations and our other adversaries. This is part of how we build strong relationships around the world to make Americans safer. And when we cut off this aid, which is a tiny, tiny fraction of the federal budget, then it only helps our adversaries. The entire funding for this program was about $80 million a year. The Cannon House office building across the street is being renovated at a cost of $800 million. We're spending 10 times as much to renovate our office building as we were spending a year to save the lives of thousands and thousands of children suffering from malnutrition. What kind of priorities are those? But here's the thing. The good news is that Trump administration officials, including Secretary Rubio, have said over and over that they are going to restore funding for this program. They admit that this is not waste or fraud, that this is part of the core mission of what USAID was supposed to be. That's great. So why haven't they sent the money? What's the holdup? It's been 5 months now, and they have said over and over that they intend to restore funding for emergency food aid. They just haven't done it yet. Why not? Every day that goes by is a day that children are unnecessarily going hungry. So once again, I'm going to rise in this chamber every day until the administration keeps their word and restores funding for emergency food aid for children around the world. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of Miss Sarah Milgram and to strongly condemn the horrific, heinous, anti-Semitic acts of violence like this one around America. Sarah was just 26. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend, a peacemaker. She was born in the Kansas City area close to Missouri's 4th Congressional District, attended American University here in D.C. Sarah committed her life to building bridges across cultures, faiths, and borders. She worked in Morocco to bring together communities in pursuit of understanding. And she believed deeply in the power of people to choose compassion over hate. Just last month, Sarah was targeted and murdered because of her Jewish faith. This was not just an act of one person, but a brutal and violent attack on our shared humanity. It was an act of anti-Semitic violence. This horrific hate cannot have a home here in the United States of America. I had the opportunity to visit Sarah's father and mother and brother at the Shiva at their home recently. And I assured them that this body is united in ending the anti-Semitic hate in America. It cannot continue. May we honor her memory, not only with our words, but with action, by standing against the anti-Semitism in all of its forms, by protecting our vulnerable communities, and by embracing the values that Sarah embodied each and every day. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize our June Veteran of the Month, a new veteran, Colonel Keith J. Butler. Colonel Butler enlisted in the Air Force in 1991 and was selected for Air Force ROTC scholarship in 1997. He earned his commission through the University of South Carolina and served in operational staff and command assignments as an F-16, F-17, and B-2 pilot. Colonel Butler has held positions at the Squadron Group Wing, Major Command, Direct Reporting Unit, and Joint Staff levels. Currently the commander of the 509th Bomb Wing at Whiteman Air Force Base, home of the B-2 stealth bomber, since June of 2023, and he is retiring in just a few weeks. He's flown combat missions and held several other positions all over the world. He's decorated with many awards and is respected by many, and I'm proud to call Colonel Butler a friend. We thank you. Thank you, sir, for your bravery, your service, and your dedication to America. Congratulations on a well-earned retirement, Colonel Butler. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize our June Small Business of the Month, In Full Bloom. It's a flower shop just off the square in Centralia, Missouri, in our district. It's kind of the result of a leap of faith. Owner Gretchen Spires' vision came to life when she started the shop where creative design meets small business. She has grown this phenomenal floral shop over 16 years. And she shared her story of prayer and faith with our team. This journey of becoming a small business owner is the American dream, and we are proud for her success. We love stopping by to see a full display of prom corsages, flower arrangements, and beautiful gifts for loved ones. Thank you for all you do for the Centralia community, and congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the big, beautiful bill. We have done our part here in the U.S. House. It's time for the good folks across the hallway there in the U.S. Senate to do theirs. The One Big Beautiful Act has a big impact on rural America in the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Missouri. Let's talk about the tax provisions. It makes permanent enhanced death tax relief. It makes permanent small business deductions. It extends 100% immediate expensing. It makes permanent double small business expensing. It provides immediate expensing for new manufacturing, production structures in America. And it will renew the opportunity zones to better target rural America. This is a win for America. In fact, just today, the White House Office of Management and Budget estimates it will reduce our federal deficit by $1.4 trillion. The One Big Beautiful Deal is a win for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sound an alarm on a crisis threatening America's future. I'm talking about the Trump brain drain. Donald Trump and Republicans in this House are launching a full-scale assault on our nation's ability to think, learn, and to innovate. Let's look at the facts. Trump's budget cuts funding for the National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health, STEM education, and even basic K-12 public schools. He's tried to crush public service loan forgiveness and gut Head Start, all while trying to give tax breaks to those who don't need them. This isn't cost savings, it is self-sabotage. In Dallas, we are home to UT Southwestern Medical Center, one of the top research institutions in this country. We have innovators, we have world-class hospitals, biotech startups, and students ready to change the world. But they can't do that when federal research funding is drying up and educational support is being pulled out from under them. Dallas ISD alone has over 150,000 students, many from middle-class families. Cuts to programs like Head Start, Title I, and after-school STEM enrichment don't just hurt, but they derail their futures. Texas colleges and universities share one of the largest enrollments compared to almost any other states, and yet under Trump's budget, millions of them would lose access to work-steady jobs, to affordable student loans. And that's not just an educational crisis, it's an economic time bomb attacking our workforce development. This country has long been a magnet for global talent, engineers and scientists and doctors who come here to help build our future. But Trump's anti-immigrant crusade is scaring them off. Whether it's blocking student visas, slashing green cards, or denying people their due process, he's slamming the door on the very people who fuel our economy. An example, Dr. Kanisha Petrova, a brilliant Harvard scientist whose research could lead to breakthroughs in early cancer detection, was charged with a felony by the Trump administration for failing to declare preserved frog samples at customs, which is normally a very minor infraction handled by a mere warning. Instead, she's locked up in an ICE detention center in Louisiana, facing possible deportation to Russia. This isn't just cruel, it sends a chilling message to scientists and international students around the world. Come to America, and you may be imprisoned instead of empowered. Then there's Artem Pataprypian, who came to the U.S. from war-torn Lebanon at 18. He worked nights delivering pizza to become eligible for the University of California. Years later, with the help of an NIH research grant, he launched a lab making groundbreaking discoveries on how humans touch, and went on to win the Nobel Prize in 2021. But thanks to Trump's cuts to science funding, his federal grant has been frozen. And just like that, China offered to fund his lab for the next 20 years, any city, any university, anywhere he wants. China is winning this war. And that's what countries like China are doing. They're investing in students, in science, and research because they want to win the future, while Trump wants to only tweet about the past and harm American innovation. We should be doubling down on education and innovation. We should be building labs and funding scholarships, not building walls. But here's the truth. You don't make America great again by making Americans dumber. You don't build up the economy by draining it of talent and opportunity. This is not just about spreadsheets and budget lines. It's about real people, students trying to become the first in their family to graduate, young scientists working on the breakthrough. Teachers are trying to give every child to build a chance. Trump's budget doesn't just threaten programs, it threatens progress. So we must fight back. Let's protect our students, support our researchers, and defend the right for everyone to dream big and achieve greatness in the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it's really difficult for me to be in this chamber and hear my Democrat colleagues disparage our country and how we treat immigrants. The fact is, they're defending lawlessness. They're defending the invasion of our sovereign country. They're promoting and defending people breaking the law, cutting the line of millions of people who are respecting our laws, our country, and the safety of our citizens. What you won't hear from my Democrat colleagues this morning is to condemn what's happening in L.A. and the violence being perpetrated against our law enforcement agents who are simply trying to uphold the laws of the land. That's how upside down and backwards the Democrat Party has become. You won't hear any of that. These people are risking their lives for you and for me and our families and our communities to stop the flood of drugs and crime pouring into this country. Unacceptable. Now, change topics. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a group of heroes that have been a lifeline for the people of Lubbock County for 50 years. The UMC Emergency Medical Services Team. Since their first 9/11 response back in November 1975, well before the University Medical Center Hospital even opened its doors, UMC EMS has been on the front lines of saving lives and serving our communities in West Texas. We are fortunate to have the highest level of healthcare and emergency response professionals protecting our families. In fact, UMC EMS is one of just 46 EMS systems worldwide with a dual accreditation. And their team has earned the American Heart Association's Mission Lifetime Gold Award every year since 2019. Well deserved, no doubt. To everyone at UMCMS, past and present, thank you for your unparalleled care, for your endless compassion, and most of all, your commitment to excellence in your service, the people of West Texas. Congratulations on 50 years of incomparable service. Here's to 50 more. God bless America, and go West Texas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary group of young ladies that have accomplished something that no other Texas softball team has in the history of softball in Texas. The Coahoma High School Bulldogettes have secured their third straight championship. This historic achievement speaks to their drive, their determination, and overall commitment to excellence, as well, of course, as the leadership and commitment of their coach, Alex Orozco. The Bulldogettes have put their community on the map, and all of Texas is taking notice. So congratulations on such an unprecedented accomplishment, young ladies. Thank you for representing the best of West Texas. You are all winners on and off the field and in every sense of the word. Again, God bless America, and go West Texas. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining? 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think I can say a few things in 2 minutes, believe it or not, about some of the comments my colleague, Representative Baumgartner, said about the Big Beautiful Bill Act and its positive impact on rural America, the heartbeat of this country, the food, fuel, and fiber capital of the world. West Texas, I can tell you, appreciates what's in this big and beautiful bill, and it's more than just stopping a 22% increase in taxes for hardworking Americans who suffered an inflation tax of about 20% over the last 4 years. Be unsustainable. We could go through the list of the largest spending cut of wasteful, woke, and fraud in this federal government. That's 2 times the deepest cut to wasteful spending in the history of our country. We can talk about energy dominance, opening up, the most significant commitment to opening up energy resources in this country to bring down the cost of energy prices for our families and to make America energy dominant again. We're so blessed by our natural resources. But I want to talk about the Farm Bill reforms, strengthening the safety net, the risk management tools to stabilize the ag economy with respect to the volatile prices and the volatility in weather, and the investment in trade promotion to open up new markets and opportunities for ag products made here and grown here in the US of A. We have provisions in there that strengthen rural hospitals so they can provide basic care to the hardworking farmers and ranchers and energy producers and their families. We have welfare reforms that stop trapping people in dependence on the federal government and encourage them to get out and work and do something with their hands and be blessed by it and restore the dignity of work. And I know my time's up. God bless rural America, and God bless West Texas.
Are we done? Thank you. Mr. Klein, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable impact of New Freedom Farm in Botetourt County, Virginia, and to honor its founder, Lois Dawn McGill, as she prepares for a well-deserved retirement. Since 2016, New Freedom Farm has served as a place of healing for veterans, first responders, and rescue animals, offering a sanctuary where pain met purpose and isolation gave way to hope. Through Lois's tireless dedication, lives were transformed, and bonds were forged between heroes and horses. As the farm prepares to close on July 31st, we reflect not with sorrow, but with deep gratitude. The legacy of New Freedom Farm will live on in the hearts it healed and the community it united. To Lois, thank you for your vision, compassion, and unwavering service. You've left an indelible mark on all you've touched. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize and commend an extraordinary public servant, Shenandoah County Fire Chief Tim Williams, who will retire on October 1st after an astounding 50 years of dedicated service in fire and rescue. Chief Williams began his journey as a volunteer with the Strasburg Volunteer Fire Department in 1975. He went on to serve 25 years with Fairfax County, ultimately retiring as a captain, and then brought his leadership to Shenandoah County, where he has served since 2005, including the past 9 years as chief. Chief Williams has been a unifying force, skillfully bridging the gap between volunteer companies and career staff. Under his leadership, the department launched a strategic plan that brought all stakeholders together and set a path for the future. His guidance has ensured operational readiness and the expansion of essential services, even as challenges grew more complex. Chief Williams leaves behind a legacy of integrity, collaboration, and tireless dedication. We thank him for his service, his leadership, and his enduring commitment to the safety of our communities. He has truly earned this next chapter in his life. Mr. Speaker, the House is finally doing what the American people has demanded for years. We're cutting wasteful spending and restoring fiscal sanity. This week, we're voting on a rescission package sent by President Trump to eliminate $9.4 billion in reckless spending. That includes $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street, $500,000 for electric buses in Rwanda, and millions more for climate projects in Southeast Asia and Latin America, as well as taxpayer dollars that have been flowing to radical gender ideology programs around the world. That is not the role of the federal government, and that is not an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars of American citizens. Taxpayer dollars should not be used to fund woke projects overseas or bloated government programs at home. They should be funding efforts that protect our border, defend our nation, and serve the American people. House Republicans promised to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. H.R. 4 keeps that promise and takes a critical step forward toward a leaner, more accountable government. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, in this simple act of prayer, help us to realize that we unleash a power far greater than we can possibly imagine. You alone have the authority to move mountains, bringing every hill low and lifting up every valley. It is you who levels uneven ground and smooths the rough paths. Such power is too wonderful for us to conceive, and yet you listen carefully to our feeble voices. Your might is unfathomable, and yet you give us access to it, that we can wield it when we but ask. Temper our desire to use this privilege for our personal gain, but enlighten us to the needs of those who are powerless over their present circumstance. Guide us to discern in response to local and global challenges how and when to act, and direct us in the use of the wealth of resources you have made available to us to steward. Humbled before you and honored to serve you, may we yield ourselves to you, that you would use us as instruments of your powerful love and abounding mercy. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
With me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the Rockingham County government and Kevin Berger, chairman of the Rockingham County Commissioners Board, in the planning and implementation of the Rockingham County Veterans Treatment Court. In October of last year, the Rockingham County government received a $900,000 grant to help fund this novel endeavor. It was one out of 5 counties within the United States to receive this level of funding for such programs. This money will go on to make a real difference in the lives of veterans by offering evidence-based treatment for substance abuse and mental health. The process of obtaining this grant was very competitive, and I'm immensely pleased that Rockingham County had this opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of our nation's heroes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last December, Democrats and Republicans negotiated a bipartisan deal to extend the law replacing stolen SNAP benefits for an additional 4 years. At the 11th hour, Speaker Johnson and Republicans reneged on that deal, blocking reimbursement of stolen SNAP benefits. Since that time, thieves have stolen $10 million from 20,000 families in Massachusetts alone, leaving them with decimated food budgets and nowhere to turn through no fault of their own. Now, some Republicans in Congress seem to be just discovering this problem after being shamed by their constituents. They're rolling out new bills to reimburse benefits. I want to ask my Republican colleagues, where were you in December when the law expired? Republicans tanked the bipartisan deal to continue benefit replacement. We don't need more gratuitous bills from Republicans who just voted to cut SNAP by $300 billion. We need them to step up and tell Speaker Johnson to schedule a vote on benefit replacement this week. Hungry families can't wait another 6 months for relief. And unlike so many of my Republican colleagues, they don't get invited to fancy dinners at Mar-a-Lago or billionaire-hosted fundraisers. Let's get serious and protect families from theft and end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. War criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, and the illegitimate Georgian Dream Party are betraying the people of Georgia. The Chinese Communist Party aids Putin with mass murder in Ukraine. According to Media Center Ukraine, the Russian-occupied Ukraine is being illegally mined for granite using of Chinese equipment. In April, Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky said Chinese representatives are engaged in production of weapons in Russia. Additionally, a Georgian port on the Black Sea, awarded to Georgian, European, and American companies, was terminated and given to Chinese companies. The Georgian Dream is colluding with the CCP. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, and mocking Trump, with increasing mass murder of civilians of Ukraine with world record illegal drone attacks. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and service of Gwen Watson, who worked to uplift vulnerable populations throughout her life in my community in the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area and throughout the state of California. Gwen began her career as a teacher in Louisiana, working with high school students seeking vocational services. She later moved to the San Francisco Bay Area, where she served Contra Costa County's homeless population through the St. Vincent de Paul Hope Conference and the Interfaith Council of Contra Costa. Gwen also served as the president of the League of Women Voters Diablo Valley, overseeing the You Don't Need a Home Vote project. In addition, in that position on the League of Women Voters, she facilitated candidates forums, and I remember many years ago when I first ran for the Concord City Council, Gwen was there doing her civic best with the League of Women Voters. Sadly, Gwen passed away in May. She will be remembered for her advocacy and her commitment to service. She was an inspiration to all of us who knew her and called her a friend. Please join me in honoring Gwen Watson for her invaluable contributions to her community and to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the single greatest state in the entire Union, from Utah, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the greatest state in the Union, Utah, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of our nation's aviation professionals and their need for mental health support. Scientific studies of aviation professionals reveal that many are hesitant to seek mental health treatment due to fears of professional consequences. For example, pilots often speak about their careers with deep passion, and the prospect of losing their wings is seen as one of the worst possible outcomes. As a result, many choose not to self-report mental health concerns, fearing they might be grounded or face stigma within the industry. As a physician, I understand how deeply mental and physical health are connected. When a profession so crucial to our daily lives faces this challenge, I believe it is time we take a second look and see how we can aid in combating this. Destigmatizing mental health treatment for FAA employees and pilots is essential to fostering a culture of safety, trust, and well-being in aviation. Encouraging open dialogue and providing confidential, non-punitive access to mental health support helps ensure pilots receive the care they need without fear of professional repercussions. We cannot allow these essential professionals to suffer in silence. Instead, let's create a system that supports their well-being and keeps our skies safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 489 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 32, House Resolution 489. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 884, to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2056, to require the District of Columbia to comply with federal immigration laws. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2096, to restore the rights to negotiate matters pertaining to the discipline of law enforcement officers of the District of Columbia through collective bargaining, to restore the statute of limitations for bringing disciplinary cases against members or civilian employees of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 331, to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time is yielded for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 489, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. This provides for closed rules S. 331, H.R. 884, H.R. 2056, and H.R. 2096. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided, for the chair and ranking member for the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees for consideration of S. 331. The rule additionally provides for 1 hour of debate each for H.R. 884, H.R. 2056, and H.R. 2096, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member for the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. Starting with the S-331, the HALT Fentanyl Act, important legislation the House considered back in February when 98 Democrats supported it. This bill would permanently classify all fentanyl-related substances as illegal and give our law enforcement officers more tools to combat the crisis. The bill also ensures medical professionals can research fentanyl-related substances so we can better understand their effects on human health. In 2023, more than 100,000 people nationwide, including 2,190 from my home state of Indiana, died from a drug overdose. National numbers from the same year indicate that approximately 75,000 people died an overdose death related to synthetic opioids. Fentanyl deaths account for as much as 77% of adolescent overdose deaths, and it is a leading cause of death in the 18 to 49-year-old age bracket. We cannot stand by and do nothing while this scourge exists. The bottom line is this overwhelmingly bipartisan bill is necessary to assist our law enforcement officers in combating fentanyl. Now transitioning to the issue of free and fair elections and H.R. 884. In 2022, Washington, D.C. enacted a dangerous law, the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act, D.C. Act 24-640, which allows non-citizens, including illegal immigrants, foreign agents, and diplomats, to vote in local elections. We should not allow foreign entities hostile to the United States to vote in our elections, period. We should not allow illegal immigrants to vote in our elections. This is a direct assault on the value of American citizenship, and it undermines the voices of lawful voters. Worse, it's part of a broader effort by the left to chip away at Congress's constitutional authority over our nation's capital. The Constitution is clear. Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever concerning Washington, D.C. And under the Home Rule Act, we have the duty to review and reject laws that threaten the integrity of our elections and our constitutional system. Even Mayor Bowser withheld her signature from those actions, and I want to thank her for that. Of all places, we must not let the nation's capital become a model for illegal voting. Additionally, this rule provides for H.R. 2096, the Protecting Our Nation's Capital Emergency Act. In 2023, the D.C. Council passed the so-called Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, a bill that singles out the Metropolitan Police Department, making it the only union in the district stripped of its ability to collectively bargain on disciplinary matters. H.R. 2096 puts an end to this anti-police policy and restores fairness to the bargaining process for D.C.'s law enforcement officers. Finally, this rule also includes H.R. 2056, the District of Columbia Federal Immigration Compliance Act, which simply ensures that D.C. follows federal immigration law, because no city, especially not our capital, should get a free pass to ignore the laws of the land. In 2019, D.C. Mayor Bowser approved the Sanctuary Values Amendment Act of 2019, which, according to the mayor's office, quote, limits the district's cooperation with federal immigration agencies, including by complying with detainer requests for Immigration and Customs Enforcement absent a judicial warrant or order issued by a federal judge, or by providing to federal immigration agencies information about when or where someone will be released. This is ludicrous. In other words, D.C. will make it harder for ICE to detain dangerous criminals and otherwise impede their ability to do their jobs. Mr. Speaker, you can't make this stuff up. While my colleagues continue to double down on their America Last policies, House Republicans are charging forward and standing up for hardworking families and vulnerable Americans. The legislation before us is common sense, pro-law enforcement, and necessary. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the consideration of these important pieces of legislation and urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the bills in this rule today are nothing more than a cheap distraction. Another smokescreen from House Republicans desperate another smokescreen from House Republicans desperate to change the subject. And I get why. After all, it was just 2 weeks ago that nearly every single Republican in this chamber voted for what may be the most shameful piece of legislation this body has produced in years, the GOP tax scam. Now, it's bad enough that it gives massive tax breaks to billionaires and wealthy donors, but it does that by literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry seniors and children and ripping health care away from more than 16 million Americans. In case this wasn't clear, Republicans are gutting Medicaid and even targeting Medicare, programs millions of families depend on, not because they have to, but because they want to. Now, I know my friends across the aisle hate to hear us say the truth out loud. It makes them uncomfortable because they know what they are doing is wrong. But that's just the cold, hard truth, Mr. Speaker. And in the process, they're adding trillions to the very national debt they love to complain about when it's politically convenient. That's also the cold, hard truth. Now, numbers don't lie. Look at the Congressional Budget Office analysis. Republicans' math does not add up. Again, this adds trillions to the debt. And now, because the backlash has been swift and deserved, Republicans are scrambling to do everything they can to sweep it under the rug and change the narrative. And that's what these bills are about: political misdirection, not meaningful solutions. Now, let's be clear. 3 of the bills this week meddle in D.C.'s local governance, not because there's some urgent crisis, but because Republicans want to score cheap political points and take power away from a local government they weren't elected to make decisions for. In fact, Republicans referred to the District of Columbia as, quote, property in last night's Rules Committee hearing. Property. I mean, who talks like that? I mean, I thought I was watching Gone with the Wind. This is so incredibly offensive. The people who live in D.C. are not your property. Their land is not your property. Their money is not yours. So keep your hands off it and keep your hands off them. Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are on a power trip. These bills either chase problems that don't exist or duplicate efforts already underway. That is not legislating. That's performative politics. And here's the real kicker. If my Republican colleagues were serious about public safety in D.C., as they claim, then the first thing they do is restore the $1 billion in cities' funding they slashed earlier this year. Now, I want to be clear, this is not federal money. We are literally talking about the city being able to spend their own money that D.C. residents have paid in taxes for the district. That money, taken from D.C.'s budget and paid by D.C. taxpayers, goes towards supporting public safety, social services, and critical infrastructure that residents and tourists alike rely on. Now, the Senate already passed the fix. The bill is ready for us to vote on, and even Donald Trump says he supports it. I can't believe it, but he says he supports it. So why is it that House Republicans here in the Congress are dragging their feet? I thought they did everything Trump directed them to do, Mr. Speaker. Why on this are they willing to stand strong against Trump, but when it comes to taking away health care and food assistance from their constituents, suddenly they have no backbone? They go along with Trump on that. Give me a damn break. The 4th bill this week makes formatting changes to the HALT Fentanyl Act, a bill that we've debated before. Now, let me be very clear. The fentanyl crisis is real, and it is deadly, and it demands serious action. But that action must be more than slogans and symbolism. You can't say you're serious about fighting fentanyl while slashing funding for mental health services, addiction treatment, and Medicaid. That's hypocrisy, and that's dangerous. But this is the Republican playbook. You pay lip service to real problems, undercut the solutions that actually work, and shovel more tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy. Rinse and repeat. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a hell of a lot better. They deserve better than a party taking away their health care in the middle of the night. America's hardworking moms and dads who may work multiple jobs but still not make enough to afford groceries under this administration, they deserve to know that they can rely on SNAP during rocky times so that their 7- and 8-year-old kids have something to eat. Seniors deserve to have full fridges and access to health care that they've paid into so they can live out their remaining years with dignity. And if they're paying their fair share in taxes, they deserve for billionaires and hedge fund managers and people who can afford to dump millions into political campaigns to pay their fair share too. People are tired of all these giveaways to multi-billionaires while hardworking middle-class families, while those struggling to get in the middle class, get screwed over. What we saw from Republicans in the last week of May, Mr. Speaker, is reprehensible. It is not what the American people deserve. We must do better, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've said this again and again. The rhetoric from our Democrat colleagues on the One Big Beautiful Bill is just not true. In fact, we're preserving benefits for those who need it most. By preventing people who are illegal and ineligible from accessing Medicaid, we're also ensuring that able-bodied adults have a mandatory work requirement of just less than 20 hours per week. It includes the ability for participating in education, in job search, in community engagement, can all count toward that work requirement. What we were trying to do in the One Big Beautiful Bill is ensuring that limited resources are protected for pregnant women, for children, for seniors, for individuals with disabilities. That's the truth. And with reference to the CBO has been wrong again and again and again. It's on record being wrong by more than $1 trillion. We cannot count on the CBO's score alone as a measure for how well or what savings this bill will have or not have. In fact, the Democrat-led CBO has overestimated the cost of Trump's tax cuts. It has underestimated the cost of the Affordable Care Act, and it has underestimated the impact of the inflation, or overestimated the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act. I'd like to note something about this being political misdirection, as my colleague noted. He said this is not an urgent crisis. Well, my colleagues may want to take a look at the lawlessness that's happening in California. That is not a crisis. I think it is, and it's certainly something we don't want to see in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C., which is exactly the type of thing that we're trying to prevent by passing this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I hate to be the one to have to inform the gentlelady of this fact, but the head of CBO, according to the Wall Street Journal, is a registered Republican. Okay. So now we're being told by the Republicans that we can't trust the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office to give us correct numbers on how much things are going to cost or how much the tax cuts are going to cost. Who do we rely on for that? I mean, Elon Musk? Well, maybe not anymore because Elon and Trump are fighting. But the bottom line is CBO has been kind of the gold standard that both parties have pointed to on various debates on budgetary bills over the years. And I should also point out, because I think I want it to be very, very clear, there's no federal funding in Medicaid that goes to provide support for undocumented immigrants. CBO also states that. So that little red herring out there is just, again, to distract. That's just not truthful. That's not truthful. And I think everybody in this chamber knows that. So enough of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to, if we defeat the previous question, I'm going to offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 2753, the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act, which would block the Republican budget from cutting Medicaid or SNAP benefits and kicking people off of these life-saving programs. 3 weeks ago, House Republicans jammed through their multi-trillion-dollar budget scam by a one-vote margin. Now, some Republicans didn't even know what was in the bill, and they rushed it through so fast that we are reportedly going to have to revote on it later this week to fix all the errors in the bill. So while we stand here debating 3 bills to micromanage the affairs of the District of Columbia, which has its own mayor and has its own city council who are perfectly capable of representing their constituents, Republicans are moving forward with more tax breaks for billionaires and corporations, while lower-income Americans are made worse off through the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in our nation's history. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. I will inform the gentlelady and those in this chamber that we have 46 million people in the United States of America who are hungry or food insecure. We should all be ashamed of that. And rather than trying to address that problem, by the way, which is a costly problem, the Republicans instead chose to cut $300 billion out of the SNAP program. And they also have cut funding out of a whole range of other nutritional benefit programs as well. So before they have a chance to vote again on their big bill later this week, I urge my Republican colleagues to correct their mistakes and to vote to protect health care. Protect health care. Don't throw American citizens off of health care. Protect their health care and protect SNAP for millions of Americans. This is not about undocumented immigrants. Stop that nonsense. This is about American citizens. And stop these cuts by voting to bring up the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Simons.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. McGovern, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this 1.5 minutes to speak. As a new member of Congress, I was under the understanding that our job here is to lift up the voices of those in this country that hold our nation together with their own hands. To the working parents who will absolutely go hungry and who will come home to empty refrigerators when their SNAP benefits are cut under the majority's big, cruel bill, to those who cannot sleep at night because their child has a rare form of cancer and are worried about Medicaid not covering, and you say it won't affect her. But today, if you want to go to the Children's Hospital here in Washington, D.C., and sit with the mother who is praying over her dying child who had to quit her job and who now qualifies for Medicaid expansion, who under your bill, she will be cut, tell her you will not harm her. Unfortunately, this is the America that the majority wants to create. The majority has sent a bill to the Senate, and understanding that, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not a piece of legislation. It is a piece of forgetting. It is forgetting who we are, and it's forgetting who we owe. The big, cruel bill breaks the basic covenant of government. That covenant that the government will see the people who suffer the most and hold
time has
them
expired.
dear.
Additional 1 minute to the gentlelady.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
So I will say, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will say it is without apology. When you write legislation that cuts into the flesh of the working poor, you cannot call it policy. When you cut into the flesh of working class Americans, you don't call it policy, you call it what it is, cruelty. When you kick 16 million people off of health care, you don't call it policy, you call it heartless. And I urge my colleagues today to vote no on the previous question, and thank you, Mr. McGovern. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that my colleague mentioned was the people who are food insecure. I'd just like to note that something that we should be ashamed of is the inflationary policies of the Biden administration that drove up food costs, leading to more people being food insecure. And I'm glad to hear that my colleague on the other side of the aisle is interested in preserving health care for those who need it most. I hope that that means he'll vote for H.R. 1. One of the things that we heard just in the last few minutes is that children with cancer and the mother of a child with cancer will be not covered. That's just not true. This bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, protects benefits for those children. Democrats are fighting to protect health care for 1.4 million illegal immigrants. They're fighting to protect health care in fraud and abuse, and billions of dollars to fraud and waste and abuse. The number that they keep referencing just keeps going up. It's been 13.7 million, 14 million, now it's 16 million. That's just not true. Even the New York Times said that the numbers that the Democrats have been saying about people who will quote unquote, lose their health care is not true. If you are illegal, if you are ineligible, if you are able-bodied and could work, those are the people that this bill will target. Finally, I just want to say that once again, taking it back to the issues at hand, we're here to do the important work of safeguarding our elections in the United States, supporting the police, ensuring that local jurisdictions aren't obstructing immigration enforcement. Similar bills on these topics have gained support from some Democrats. Instead of trying to belittle these issues or endlessly debate H.R. 1 at every possible turn, they can stop and reflect about their opposition to these common sense bills, bills supported by the agenda that voters backed months ago. Democrats just can't seem to help themselves. President Trump's multifaceted approach to immigration enforcement is working. Illegal border crossings are down 95%, daily border encounters are down by 93%, gotaways are down by 99%, fentanyl flows are down 54%. 2,000 ICE arrests every day recently to finally cleaning up the open border policy of the Biden administration. And yes, they were open border policies. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that our colleagues will support the underlying rule and the bills that we have considered before us today, because we need to secure our elections and stand up for our police and the rule of law, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is
So,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me respond to the gentlelady when she wants to know why the numbers keep on going up in terms of the number of uninsured, is because the Republicans continuously changed their bill and made it worse. That's why. You made it worse. The bill that we voted on throws more people off of health care. Boy, that's something to be proud of. And there's no denying the fact that your big ugly bill cuts SNAP by $300 billion. $300 billion you cut SNAP. This is a benefit that on average is about $2 per person per meal. And they cut it. $300 billion. And they want us to believe, like, oh, there'll be no adverse impacts. Everything will just be beautiful. Really? I mean, come on. $300 billion out of the SNAP program. And that's going to impact senior citizens. It's going to impact veterans. It's going to impact children. And let me tell you, that savings that you're going to, garner from the $300 billion cut that you're using to offset the cost of tax cuts for billionaires, that is going to be very, very costly, because hungry kids don't learn when they go to school. Senior citizens who take their medication on an empty stomach end up in an emergency room. People who don't have access to decent nutrition end up with chronic illnesses that last a lifetime. Workers who are hungry are less productive in the workforce. I mean, that is what my friends are doing. So don't give me this garbage about undocumented immigrants. CBO made it clear that there's no Medicaid funding going to undocumented immigrants in this country. I mean, it is clear. That's a smokescreen so that people don't focus in on how their big, ugly bill is going to hurt regular people in this country. It really is astounding to me. I mean, I thought we all came here, no matter what our politics might be, to help people. They're pushing forward a bill that's going to hurt people. It's going to hurt almost everybody in this country, except if you are well off and well connected. If you're a billionaire, if you're a big donor, if you hang out at Mar-a-Lago, you're doing fine. But everybody else, and the other thing that Republicans are doing is cutting medical research, cutting NIH. I mean, you want to talk about life-saving investments? Let's find a cure to cancer. Let's find a cure to diabetes. Let's find a cure to Alzheimer's. And instead, you're cutting that research. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to just take a couple of minutes here to talk about something else, because this is a rules debate. And this is something that I find particularly annoying at this moment. I want to take a moment to talk about process. Perhaps the only noteworthy thing the Republican majority achieved last Congress was shattering their own record for the most closed Congress ever. Not something I think you want to be known for. And to be clear, they made history for running the most closed anti-debate Congress we've ever seen. In total, Republicans issued 115 totally closed rules, meaning 115 times where the House could not debate a single amendment on the House floor. Republicans basically told us, nope, no debate, no amendments, no input to make these bills better, just do whatever we tell you to do. This wasn't an accident. It was the whole game plan, a legislative lockdown that delivered the most unproductive, dysfunctional Congress in modern American history. And did they learn anything from it? No, not a thing. This Congress, they've taken that broken model and somehow made it worse. As of last night, they've racked up over 50 closed rules in just 5 months. More than 90% of the bills they bring up. No amendments, no discussion, no democracy, just take it or leave it. And at this rate, Republicans are on track to issue over 200 closed rules this Congress. I mean, what are we even doing here? In just 5 months, we've seen Republican leadership block over 800 amendments. Amendments that our colleagues, Democratic and Republicans alike, have submitted to make bills better. Only 14 amendments were selected by Republican leadership to be debated across just 4 bills. That's a 98% rejection rate. They blocked 98 out of every 100 ideas they received. And what does this look like in practice? A complete destruction of the deliberative process. It means Republicans have blocked, get this, debate on amendments that would protect SNAP and Medicaid for millions of Americans, and debate on amendments to protect access to the ballot box, the foundation of our democracy. They even blocked debate on bipartisan amendments which would provide a permanent pay fix for federal wildland firefighters and allow grants to help with fentanyl prevention and education efforts. No wonder why nobody likes Congress. The issues that are important to the American people are not even allowed to be debated. And as we see here today, Republicans are okay with debating trivial issues passionately, but important ones not at all. Mr. Speaker, when I chaired this committee, back when we gave a damn, we welcomed ideas. We let the House work the way it's supposed to work. In our first 5 months, Democrats allowed over 25% of all amendments, more than 200 thoughtful proposals to be debated. But here's the kicker. We gave Republicans more chances to debate their ideas than their own leaders do. In 5 months, only 6 of the 220 Republicans, over 97% of Republicans in this chamber, have had an amendment made in order. That's not by mistake. That's a design flaw, a big one. So I don't understand how my Republican colleagues, some of which were so excited about having a bigger, better, open process, can say with a straight face that this is what they wanted. They have no voice in improving legislation. Amendments that we offered last night were blocked. At this point, in the 117th Congress, Mr. Speaker, under Democratic governance, over half of all bipartisan amendments were made in order. This Congress, we have yet to see a single bipartisan amendment make it to the House floor this year. Not even one. Not even one. Mr. Speaker, this Republican leadership seemed to have forgotten that this institution is a democratic legislative assembly. Instead, they are running like a wannabe authoritarian dictatorship. I know that Donald Trump speaks admiringly of Vladimir Putin all the time, but I mean, this place is becoming like Russia. Come on. I mean, have some respect for the House of Representatives. Let's open this place up a little bit more, because this process right now is a disgrace, and the American people deserve so much better than this. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, fear-mongering is not a solution to the problems that we face today. And if we're not going to find savings across all agencies by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, we are not going to safeguard these programs for the future. Unfortunately, my colleagues are against rooting out even waste, fraud, and abuse. They are by doing so, are not protecting the very programs they claim that they are fighting to protect. And again, with the CBO, according to the White House press secretary, there hasn't been a single staffer in the entire Congressional Budget Office that has contributed to a Republican since the year 2000. But guess what? Many of the staffers within the CBO have contributed to Democrat candidates and politicians in every single cycle since. So unfortunately, it's not an institution in our country that is bipartisan. It has become partisan and political, which is why conservatives and Republicans on our side are skeptical of the CBO and what they report. And my colleague referred to closed measures. So I just want to note that it's true, there have been 53 closed measures, but the number needs context. 12 were in the rules package, which passed 2 weeks before the 119th Rules Committee even organized to begin meeting. An additional 21 measures were either CRAs or received no amendments, making them closed by definition. So only 17 measures have been closed by discretion of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to make the emphasis what it should be today, which is on safeguarding our elections and supporting local law enforcement and trying to eliminate the deadly scourge of fentanyl across the United States, and I reserve.
Lady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Wow, defending this process. I just want to repeat, when I was chairman, I made 1 out of every 4 amendments in order. My Republican friends are making 1 out of every 50 amendments in order, and zero bipartisan amendments. Zero bipartisan amendments. And again, I don't quite know, well, I guess I do know. I mean, again, the way the Republican leadership is operating here is that, again, we don't debate serious proposals on the House floor. They don't want to have votes. They don't want to have debates. They just want to, bring things to the floor under a closed process and tell people to take it or leave it. And then they do this other thing of sneaking things in the rules, so we can't even have a vote up or down on major changes. But that's not the way this place is supposed to run. And in terms of, again, the Congressional Budget Office, the head of the Congressional Budget Office, according to the Wall Street Journal, is a registered Republican. And if we're not going to rely on the Congressional Budget Office for analyses, who are we supposed to rely on? What, Stephen Miller? I mean, who? I'm trying to figure out who we're supposed to take your word for it, or just take the president's word for it. I mean, this is a guy who doesn't read anything. He says he watches everything on TV. So I don't even understand. This new position of the Republican Party is that there is no such thing as objective analysis unless it always agrees with them. Well, that's just not the way it is. And in terms of fear-mongering, I mean, your big, ugly bill that you passed a couple of weeks ago is going to throw millions of people off of health care. It's going to throw millions of people are going to lose their SNAP benefits, their nutritional benefits. And the reason why is because you're making major cuts. It has nothing to do with undocumented immigrants. You can say that all you want. And the gentlelady knows that Medicare does not provide health care for undocumented immigrants. She knows that. Republicans know that. They keep on repeating it anyway because they don't want people to focus in on the reality. But I think the American people are beginning to see through all of this. And again, they don't like what they see. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Speakers are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that it's not just CBO saying that your big, ugly bill costs trillions of dollars. It is the Joint Committee on Taxation Budget, the Joint Committee on Taxation Budget Lab at Yale, Penn, Wharton budget model, and the right-leaning Tax Foundation. All of them say that your big, ugly bill is going to cost trillions and add trillions to the deficit, to explode the deficit, add to the debt. And that is, I mean, it's just everybody. The only people that are saying that this is not going to explode the deficit are my Republican friends here in the House. And I think they think if they keep on saying that it's not going to cost anything, then people will believe that. Well, that's just not the case. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, many of the entities that my colleague on the other side of the aisle mentioned do not account for growth. And the growth measure is significant in reducing the deficit. And I believe that under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, we will have record amounts of growth. Our version of the bill only accounts for about 2.6% of growth. Some of these agencies are accounting for only 1.8% growth, counting toward the calculations in this bill. So if we're not accounting for a robust growth, which I think we will get, then we will have an unclear picture, which is why I'm leaning into OMB Director Russ Vogt's announcement or assessment of the bill, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to tell the gentlelady this, but every one of the organizations that I mentioned actually does account for growth. I have the charts here. I'm happy to share them with you. I mean, from the Tax Foundation to the Penn Wharton budget model to Budget Lab at Yale to the Joint Committee on Taxation. Here's the graph. I'm happy to share that with you so you can see. And if your leadership is telling you that they don't, then they're not being honest with you about the extent of this. And Mr. Massey, a member of the Republican Party, has also talked about how your big, ugly bill is going to add trillions to the deficit and the debt. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Could I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers does she have on her side?
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Then I will yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman is recognized.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 6.5 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that these bills are nothing more than window dressing to cover up a truly grotesque set of priorities. Let's not forget, Republicans just voted to rip health care away from 16 million people, not undocumented immigrants, but 16 million American citizens. They voted to deny food assistance to children, to seniors, and to veterans. They are set to explode the deficit by trillions, just to reward their wealthy donors. And now, with even their own members having second thoughts and regrets about that vote, as the New York Times reported last week, they're desperate to change the conversation. But these bills, these distractions, they won't work, because the American people are paying attention. They see what's happening. They see the cruelty behind these choices, and they're not fooled. This isn't about policy. This is about morality, about what kind of country we want to be, about whether we stand with working families or with billionaires, whether we choose compassion or cruelty. Now, I know Democrats will keep fighting. We'll keep speaking truth to power, and we'll make damn sure that the public knows exactly who's responsible when services disappear, when costs go up as a result of these crazy tariffs, and when families are left behind. And I would urge my colleagues to reject these bills, to reject the politics of distraction, and start doing the hard work the American people sent us here to do. People want us to fight for them. They want us to be focused on their priorities, on making their lives better, not on the priorities of the Elon Musk wing of the Republican Party, the billionaire class. They want us to focus in on what matters to them. And prices are going up, and life is hard, and life is challenging, and rather than dealing with bills that might make their life better, we're dealing with this stuff. This is crazy. You know, the American people want us to rise to the occasion, to be about something more than just politics as usual. This is about people's lives. And I'll tell you, we owe the American people much better than this Congress is delivering. And really, it is shameful that week after week after week, we come up with these distractions that mean nothing in people's lives. And even worse, we passed this big, ugly bill that we did 2 2 weeks ago that's going to hurt my constituents and the gentlelady's constituents as well. There's no denying that people will lose their food benefits and they will lose their health care benefits in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. It is grotesque. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote on the previous question. I urge a no vote on the rule. And if the rule passes, I urge no votes on all these damn bills. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have?
17 and a half minutes.
Wonderful. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So I've got just a couple of things I'd like to note in my closing, and this is reasons why the One Big Beautiful Bill is the best chance in a generation to pass critical reforms that the American people voted for. It delivers tax relief, the largest tax cut in American history, meaning an extra $5,000 in Americans' pockets with double-digit % decrease to their tax bills. It makes the Trump tax cuts permanent, preventing the largest tax increase ever. It raises Americans' take-home pay by as much as $13,300 and wages by as much as $11,600. It reverses the spending curse plaguing Washington, D.C. The bill delivers the largest deficit reduction in nearly 30 years with $1.6 trillion in mandatory savings, the largest single reduction in mandatory spending in our country's history. It delivers no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. It provides historic tax relief for seniors. It finishes President Trump's border wall. It boosts Border Patrol and ICE agents on the front line with the largest border security investment in history. It increases the child tax credit to $2,500 per family. It protects Medicaid for Americans who truly need it. It implements popular work requirements for able-bodied Americans receiving taxpayer-funded benefits. It eliminates hundreds of billions of dollars in green new scam tax credits. It reverses electric vehicle mandates that let radical climate activists set the standards in American energy. It ends Biden's war on American energy. It streamlines onerous permitting processes so America can get building again. It refills the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to safeguard America's energy security. It repeals and rescinds every green corporate welfare subsidy. It stops illegal immigrants from receiving tax credits and tax remittances sent to foreign countries. It supports small businesses by increasing the Section 199A deduction to 23%. It incentivizes Made in America. It creates new Trump savings accounts for newborns. It expands access to child care for hardworking families. It provides historic increases in funding for the U.S. Coast Guard. It supports building new factories to grow domestic business operations. It helps American farmers, producers, and ranchers compete and sell products in foreign markets. It holds woke, elitist universities accountable by increasing the endowment tax on large universities. It protects hardworking taxpayers by canceling Biden's illegal and unfair student loan bailouts. It ends taxpayer-funded gender transition procedures. It's a once-in-a-generation chance to revolutionize our nation's defense capabilities and protect the homeland against new threats by funding President Trump's Golden Dome. It enhances the capacity of America's naval fleet. It modernizes air traffic control. It strengthens SNAP benefits. It implements critical program integrity and cost containment provisions in Medicaid to strengthen it for future generations. It safeguards the Second Amendment by removing tax and registration requirements for firearm silencers and eliminating silencers from the National Firearms Act. It provides critical disaster recovery funding to farmers, producers, and ranchers. It provides funding to rebuild America's military. It expands health savings accounts to give Americans greater choice and flexibility in how to spend their money. It gives $10,000 bonuses annually over the next 4 years to Border Patrol and ICE agents on the front lines. It incentivizes scholarships that empower American families and students to choose the education that best fits their needs. It repeals Democrats' insane attack on the gig economy. It reforms and streamlines the federal student loan program to drive down tuition costs and simplify repayment plans. It strengthens accountability for students and taxpayers on federal student loans, implements critical reforms to Pell Grants to make sure they're prioritized students who truly need financial assistance while promoting completion. It increases timber sales on federal lands. It authorizes the sale of expanded spectrum megahertz to strengthen rural broadband and and secure America's technological dominance in AI and other emerging technology. It creates permanent fees that illegal immigrants must pay for their applications so American taxpayers aren't saddled with covering these costs. It protects family farmers. It ends abusive financing practices in Medicaid by freezing provider taxes and prohibiting new provider taxes. It reins in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and it rolls back harmful Biden-era regulations that increase cost and administrative burdens with limited flexibility for states. Mr. Speaker, but we're not here today to talk about the one big beautiful bill. We're here today to talk about the many provisions that are important to the safety and security of the United States. We're talking about a rule that includes provisions to secure American elections, to protect and support our police, and to target the deadly scourge of fentanyl across the United States. So, despite what my colleagues on the left may say, they say this is a distraction, we say it's necessary, and that we can multitask by doing these things and the one big beautiful bill. The American people understand the importance of immigration enforcement and the need to provide law enforcement with the tools necessary to stop the deadly flow of fentanyl. It's why 77 million Americans voted to end the Biden-Harris administration's reckless handling of the border and their disregard for the rule of law. Today's measures crack down on fentanyl, safeguard our elections, and back the blue. It's about law, order, and protecting the American people. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Massachusetts is
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has requested the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 489 and adoption of the House Resolution 489 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 489, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 32, House Resolution 489, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 884, to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2056, to require the District of Columbia to comply with federal immigration laws, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2096, to restore the right to negotiate matters pertaining to the discipline of law enforcement officers of the District of Columbia through collective bargaining, to restore the statute of limitations for bringing disciplinary cases against members or civilian employees of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, Senate 331, to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Everybody knows that's coming now?
Yeah, so this is just to prepare them at a time, and then we'll recess, and then we'll set aside.
Shh. Pursuant to House Resolution 469, this time has been designated for the taking of the official photo of the House of Representatives in session. The House will be in a brief recess while the chamber is being prepared for the photo. As soon as the photographer indicates that these preparations are complete, shh, the chair will call the House to order to resume its actual session for the taking of the photo. At that point, members will take their cues from the photographer. Shortly after the photographer is finished, the House will proceed with business. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess while the chamber is being prepared. Of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the adoption of House Resolution 489, on which a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 32, House Resolution 489. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 884, to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia, and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2056, to require the District of Columbia to comply with federal immigration laws, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 2096, to restore the right to negotiate matters pertaining to the discipline of law enforcement officers of the District of Columbia through collective bargaining, to restore the statute of limitations for bringing disciplinary cases against members or civilian employees of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, Senate 331, to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Yeah, okay, you take your time. You let me know when you're ready. I'll relax here. Just tell me what I'm going to say.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm a no. All right. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 489, I call up the bill H.R. 2096, the Protecting Our Nation's Capital Emergency Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 107, H.R. 2096. A bill to restore the right to negotiate matters pertaining to the discipline of law enforcement officers of the District of Columbia through collective bargaining, to restore the statute of limitations for bringing disciplinary cases against members or civilian employees of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Madam Speaker, I ask you to ask consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, including extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The House will be in order, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 2096, sponsored by Mr. Gabarino, the Protecting Our Nation's Capital Emergency Act. The men and women of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department serve the community every day to keep this district safe and secure. On January 4, 2023, the D.C. Council passed a Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. The Act stripped D.C. police officers of certain employee protections, making their job more difficult despite rising crime in the district. When the D.C. Council passed this law, Congress acted swiftly in a bipartisan, bicameral fashion to overturn it. The House and Senate passed H.J. Resolution 442, which would have overturned the entire D.C. law, with 14 House Democrats and 6 Senate Democrats joining Republicans in support of the resolution. However, then President Biden vetoed the bipartisan resolution of disapproval, allowing the harmful policies of the D.C. Council to remain in effect today. In another attempt to protect the D.C. police, Representative Garbarino introduced this bill to repeal certain provisions of D.C.'s Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act. That bill passed through the Oversight Committee last Congress in 2024 and was reintroduced this Congress and again favorably reported out of the Oversight Committee, but now with the full support of the White House. H.R. 2096 restores D.C. police officers' right to collectively bargain over disciplinary matters and reinstates clear timelines for disciplinary investigations. H.R. 2096 also repeals the D.C. Council's requirement that the time and place of some adverse action hearings be posted to a public website. This public posting requirement enables anti-police activists to harass officers attempting to pursue their due process in the workplace. In summary, this legislation is necessary to support the recruitment and retention of the Metropolitan Police Department. Washington, D.C. cannot afford to continue to lose police officers during the ongoing crime crisis in the nation's capital city. My colleagues recognize the importance of supporting the law enforcement officers who risk their lives to protect our communities. By restoring employee protections, this legislation gives the Metropolitan Police Department officers the due process they need to confidently do their job. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I am strongly opposed to H.R. 2096, which would repeal provisions of a law enacted by the District of Columbia because D.C. deserves the right to govern itself, plain and simple. The Supreme Court has held that Congress can delegate full legislative authority to the District of Columbia for local matters. However, Republicans choose not to do so. Police officers are entrusted with extraordinary authority to protect public safety. The vast majority of officers exercise it honorably and bravely. However, there must be accountability and transparency for instances in which officers violate their oath of office. H.R. 2096 would repeal provisions of a 2023 D.C. law that made it easier for the police department to discipline officers for crimes and serious misconduct. Before that law, the department had been forced to rehire a significant number of officers it had fired for crimes and official misconduct. Let me provide examples of the types of officers the department had to rehire. Officers convicted or arrested for child abuse, sexual assault, indecent exposure, drunk driving, causing injuries, domestic violence, and assault while off duty. D.C. also had to provide millions of dollars in back pay to those officers it was forced to rehire, and D.C. paid millions of dollars to resolve police officer misconduct lawsuits. Before the 2023 D.C. law, every single D.C. police chief for at least the prior 25 years has requested more authority to discipline officers. H.R. 2096 would inexplicably revoke this authority. By bringing H.R. 2096 to the floor, Republicans are declaring they know better than the D.C. police chief how to run the department. Let's hear what some of these D.C. police chiefs have had to say about this authority. Let's start with former Chief Peter Newsom. Said he had to allow, quote, very bad police officers back into our department, close quote. Former Chief Charles Ramsey said, quote, it is demoralizing to the rank and file police officers who really do not want to have those kinds of people in their ranks. It causes a tremendous amount of anxiety in the public. Our credibility is shot whenever these things happen, close quote. And former Chief Robert Conte said that this authority would, quote, help reduce the risk of returning poor performers to the police force, close quote. Following the devastating murder of George Floyd, D.C. enacted the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, which in pertinent part made it easier for the police department to discipline officers. H.R. 2096 would repeal that discipline provision in that law. H.R. 2096, as introduced, includes a purpose section. The purpose is to, and I quote, combat the rise in violent crime in our nation's capital by eliminating policies which place law enforcement personnel of the District of Columbia at risk and discourage them from serving, and ensuring such personnel will be treated equitably and fairly, and the recruitment and retention of such personnel shall be increased. Close quote. We are not surprised that the version of H.R. 2096 on the floor today does not include that purpose section, since it is inaccurate. Violent crime here is not rising in D.C. In 2025, violent crime in D.C. is down 22% compared to the same period in 2024. In 2024, violent crime in D.C. was the lowest in over 30 years. Let me repeat. Violent crime is falling in D.C., and it is at a 30-year low in the District of Columbia. The D.C. Police Department is not alone in having difficulty recruiting and retaining police officers. Police departments of all sizes across the country have had this difficulty for many years. A survey conducted in 2019, before jurisdictions across the country enacted police accountability and transparency legislation after the murder of George Floyd, found that, quote, the difficulty in recruiting law enforcement officers and employees is not due to one particular cause. Rather, multiple social, political, and economic forces are all simultaneously at play, close quote. H.R. 2096 would repeal 4 discipline provisions. First, H.R. 2096 would repeal a provision that removes police officers disciplined for collective bargaining. Several states, including states represented by Republicans, prohibit collective bargaining by police officers. The 2023 D.C. law maintained that right of police officers to collectively bargain, except over discipline, and maintained the civil service protections and due process rights of officers. Collective bargaining by police officers has been widely criticized for protecting police officers from discipline. A Republican staff report for the Joint Economic Committee said that, quote, collective bargaining plays a significant role in shielding police officers from the consequences of their misconduct, close quote. Second, H.R. 2096 would reinstitute a 90-day statute of limitations on the police department to commence discipline. The 2023 D.C. law repealed that provision because 90 days was not enough time in some cases to commence discipline. Adjudicators had overturned discipline because the department had exceeded the 90-day statute of limitations, and there is no statute of limitation for most D.C. employees. The home state of the sponsor of H.R. 2096 has an 18-month statute of limitations to commence discipline against police officers. Thirdly, H.R. 2096 would repeal a provision that gave the police chief the authority to increase the discipline proposed by a police trial board, which consists of police officers. Before the 2023 D.C. law, the police chief could only impose or reduce the proposed discipline or order a new trial. The D.C. law increased the discipline power of the chief and reduced the discipline power of the trial board, which may be more inclined to protect their fellow officers from discipline. Fourth, H.R. 2096 would repeal a provision that required the police department to publish on a public website a schedule of officer discipline hearings which are open to the public. The House of Representatives itself publishes on a public website a schedule of its committee hearings. I want to close with a question and a plea. If Republicans support police officers, why hasn't Speaker Johnson installed the plaque honoring the brave police officers, including D.C. officers, who defended this Capitol on January 6th? Federal law requires its installation by March 15, 2023, more than 2 years ago. That plaque, in honor of officers who were killed defending the members of this Congress, defending this institution, is apparently sitting in a closet. The families of those officers who were killed and beaten that day are waiting for the due respect that is owed to their husbands, sons, and fathers. The more than 700,000 D.C. residents who have all the obligations of citizenship, including paying federal taxes and serving in our nation's wars, deserve voting representation in Congress and full home rule. I call on the House of Representatives to pass H.R. 51, the D.C. statehood bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, or 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 2096, the Protecting Our Nation's Capital Emergency Act. Washington, D.C. is facing a public safety crisis. Last month alone, 20 people were shot and killed in the District of Columbia. And in recent years, D.C. was rated the 5th deadliest city in America. At the core of the problem is a dangerously understaffed police force brought about reckless policies. Law enforcement in D.C. has been left without basic bargaining rights or procedural protections, something my colleagues on the other side usually support, but for some reason here they're against it. This guts MPD's ability to recruit, retain, and respond. The result? Consistently high crime rates and a staffing shortfall of about 800 officers that puts both police and residents at risk. I mean, I don't know if people forget, just under 2 years ago, one of our own colleagues was mugged at gunpoint several blocks from the Capitol. That might not have happened if we weren't understaffed by about 800 officers in Washington, D.C. When we undermine law enforcement, we embolden the criminals. Congress has a constitutional duty to ensure the MPD can effectively combat crime and keep Washingtonians safe. This legislation restores fairness and support for the men and women who risk their lives to keep our capital secure. If Washington, D.C. won't fix this problem, it's our job to. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and send a clear message. We stand with the law enforcement and will not allow D.C. to spiral further into lawlessness. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 7 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Holmes Norton.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized for 7 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I strongly oppose this anti-democratic bill, which would repeal provisions of a law enacted by the locally elected District of Columbia government. The over 700,000 D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of local self-government. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from D.C.'s locally elected Chief Executive Mayor Muriel Bowser opposing this bill. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from every member of D.C.'s locally elected legislature, the council opposing this bill.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from D.C.'s locally elected Attorney General, Brian Schwab, opposing this bill.
Without objection.
The Republicans regularly introduce legislation to repeal local D.C. laws. What is different about this bill is it also overrides longstanding wishes of the D.C. Police Department. For at least a quarter century, the D.C. Police Department has requested increased authority to discipline officers for misconduct. The council gave the department this authority after the murder of George Floyd. This bill would take away this authority. I will discuss this justification, the justification and timing of this bill, though it is always wrong and never the right time for Congress to legislate on local D.C. matters. This bill says it is necessary to combat rising violent crime in D.C. and to improve the retention and recruitment of D.C. police officers. This bill has its facts wrong. Last year, violent crime in D.C. reached a more than 30-year low. This year, violent crime in D.C. is down 22% compared to the same period last year. Police departments throughout the country in both red and blue states are struggling to retain and recruit officers, and they have been so for many years. The timing of the introduction and consideration of this bill is stunning. It was introduced the same bill. Congress cut the local D.C. budget by more than $1 billion. This fiscal sabotage did not save the federal government any money, since the local D.C. budget consists entirely of locally raised revenue. The Senate immediately passed the D.C. Local Funds Act to reverse this cut, although President Trump and the National Fraternal Order of Police called for the House to immediately pass the D.C. Local Funds Act. The D.C. Local Funds Act has been sitting in this House for 3 months. I close by discussing democracy, or lack thereof, in D.C. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the governed and to end taxation without representation. Yet D.C. residents cannot consent to any of the action taken by Congress, whether on local or federal matters, and they pay full federal taxes while being denied voting representation in Congress. If Republicans cared about D.C. residents or democracy, they would take up H.R. 51, the D.C. statehood bill. H.R. 51 would admit the residential and commercial areas of D.C. as a state, giving D.C. residents voting representation in Congress and full local self-government. Congress has the authority to admit the new state. The admissions clause of the Constitution gives Congress the authority to admit the new states. All 37 new states were admitted by an act of Congress. The District Clause of the Constitution gives Congress the authority to reduce the size of the federal district, which it has previously done. I urge the House to vote no on H.R. 29-6 and to pass the D.C. Statehood Bill and the D.C. Local Funds Act. I yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury, for 6 minutes.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to oppose this attack on our nation's capital. I want to remind everyone that 1 week ago today, Donald Trump was in the most epic breakup of probably a generation. He and Elon Musk were fighting it out on Twitter and Truth Social, going back and forth. And what was Donald Trump's response? Was it an in earnest response to the actual attacks that were coming towards him? As his actual agenda was sinking here in the House, as Elon Musk was taking to Twitter for days trying to take down his signature bill, his big abomination of a bill that would strip health care away from millions of Americans, Medicaid and Medicare, that would take food out of the mouths of millions of American children, that would cut programs that people across this country use to advance their education, and that would blow a hole through the United States deficit on a scale we have never seen before. Just a week ago, Elon Musk was tweeting, "Kill the bill," and in the days after was posting incriminating tweets, not only about the president, but about the GOP and their ability to win and hold this House. And what was the president's response? Did he respond to these allegations? Did he rush to stop Republicans from trying to cover their tracks who had been lying for weeks about the nature of this bill and how it would gut our health care to millions of Americans and how it would cause our nation to spend generations of debt on the backs of the American people so that billionaires could get another small tax break? No. What he did was deploy ICE to make mass arrests and terrorize families in Los Angeles. And when people went to go exercise their First Amendment rights, he deployed the National Guard and then the United States Marines against the American people. This is not only a distraction, this is a direct abuse of power. Because the reality of what was actually going on in this chamber a week ago is that these people were trying to take away Americans' health care and food assistance, and Donald Trump was getting heat from his ex-boyfriend. So what did he do? He deployed the United States military against Americans. And what's the GOP doing this week on this House floor? They're attacking the sovereignty and home rule of the people of the city of Washington, D.C. And I think it should not take anyone by surprise as Donald Trump is preparing to have the largest military parade on his birthday in generations here in this city, that the three bills they're trying to pass on this House floor are directly attacking the city that is the capital of this great nation, that is attacking policing and attacking home rule of this city. That is what these bills are all about. They are a distraction. They are about taking over the self-governance of the city of Washington, D.C., and they are about taking away the power of the people. And I think it's important to understand that as representative of Washington, D.C., Norton just said, this is also about stripping the people of D.C. of vital reforms that came in the wake of George Floyd's death. So, what is this all really about? What is this in service of? Is this really about making the capital city more safe? No, it's not. In fact, it's about making it less safe for the people of Washington, D.C., who live here, who work here every day of their lives, and frankly, who take care of the rest of us who come here to work on behalf of our people. This is not about public safety. This is about taking away vital reforms. It's about taking away home rule of Washington, D.C., and it's about taking away, once again, the rights of the people of this city. So I am proud to stand with the people of D.C. in opposing all three of these bills and to get us refocused on the real issues of this country and what is actually happening in this chamber right now, which is that all of these guys sitting around here today are trying to take away your health care. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, before I reserve, I just want to make sure my colleagues across the aisle know what bill we're actually debating on the floor. It's the bill that pertains to law enforcement in Washington, D.C. It has nothing to do with their quest to continue to defend the rioters and the illegals in California. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask unanimous consent to offer a letter from Deirdre Schiefling, Anthony Romero, and Deborah Archer of the American Civil Liberties Union in opposition to H.R. 2096.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman yields back, and
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, I would note that H.R. 2096 is endorsed by the National Fraternal Order of Police. I strongly encourage each of my House colleagues to support this bill, which will help strengthen law and order in our nation's capital city, which is the responsibility of Congress and the House Oversight Committee. With that, again, I encourage passage of H.R. 2096, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and all time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to restore the right to negotiate matters pertaining to the discipline of law enforcement officers of the District of Columbia through collective bargaining, to restore the statute of limitations for bringing disciplinary cases against members of or civilian employees of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. I could vote, right? Those opposed, no? No. If I vote no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is...
request a recorded vote.
I ask for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 489, I call up the bill H.R. 884 to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia, and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Act Amendment of 2022 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 106, H.R. 884, a bill to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia, and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022.
Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amendment is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, each will control 30 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 884, which prohibits individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia. On November 21st, 2022, the D.C. government enacted the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act, permitting non-citizen residents to vote in D.C. local elections. This includes illegal immigrants and even foreign diplomats whose interests may be opposed to the interests of Americans. This radical change to Washington, D.C.'s election laws upset lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. For instance, Washington, D.C. Mayor Bowser withheld her signature on the act, something she has done only a handful of times. In last Congress, when an identical bill was brought to the floor, 262 members voted in favor, including 52 of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Unfortunately, the Senate refused to take up this bipartisan, common sense bill to maintain election integrity in our nation's capital. The right to vote is a defining privilege of American citizenship. Diluting that right by extending it to non-citizens, whether here legally or illegally, undermines the voice of Washington, D.C. residents. Article 1 of the Constitution grants Congress exclusive jurisdiction over the nation's capital, and the House Oversight Committee is charged with ensuring responsible governance in the district, including its election laws. I urge my colleagues to support Representative August Pfluger's bill to restore common sense protections and ensure that only United States citizens have the right to vote in local D.C. elections. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I strongly oppose H.R. 884, which would repeal a law duly enacted by the District of Columbia because D.C. should be free to govern its own local matters. Republicans claim that Congress has a constitutional duty to legislate on local D.C. matters, but this is historically and legally incorrect. Republicans legislate on local D.C. matters only when they think they can score political points, such as by demonizing immigrants. Where is this passion and work on affordable housing for D.C. residents? Where is this impassioned work on ending gun violence for D.C. residents? They only bring it up to the floor when they think they can score political points, taking away the democratic rights of people here in D.C. and home rule. The framers expected Congress to establish a local government for D.C., and Congress has established various forms of local government for D.C. since 1802. The Supreme Court has held that Congress may delegate to D.C. legislative authority over local D.C. matters. In 1973, Congress passed the D.C. Home Rule Act, which gave D.C. an elected chief executive and an elected legislature, the mayor and the D.C. City Council. The purpose of the Home Rule Act is to, quote, grant the inhabitants of the District of Columbia powers of local self-government and, quote, to relieve Congress of the burden of legislating upon essentially local D.C. matters, end quote. H.R. 884 contravenes the purpose of the Home Rule Act. D.C.'s Local Residents Voting Amendment Act of 2022 allows D.C. residents who are not yet U.S. citizens to vote only in local elections. Only in local elections, namely for mayor, members of the city council, the state board of education, attorney general, advisory neighborhood commissioner, and ballot measures. The D.C. law does not allow non-citizens to vote in federal elections, which is a crime under federal law. Regardless of your views on the merits of non-citizen voting for local elections, we have to acknowledge that D.C. is not the first, nor are they the only jurisdiction in our country to allow this. At various points throughout throughout American history, Congress in 40 states have allowed non-citizens to vote in local, state, territorial elections, including the home state of the sponsor of this bill. Congress did not prohibit non-citizens from voting in federal elections until 1996. And today, about 20 municipalities allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. I also want to address very specific concerns that we're hearing from our Republican colleagues. Number one, they're concerned that foreign diplomats might vote in local D.C. elections. We believe, number one, that that's highly unlikely, both because they have to renounce their right to vote in their home country and because D.C. has no authority over federal matters and has only limited local self-government. In D.C., the penalty for voter fraud includes imprisonment for up to 5 years. To be eligible to vote in D.C., a person must maintain their residency in D.C. for at least 30 days before the election and cannot claim voting residence or the right to vote in any state, territory, or country. In a letter to Congress, the D.C. Board of Elections made it clear that to vote in a D.C. local election, a foreign diplomat would have to, quote, effectively renounce their right to vote in their country of origin, end quote. The board noted that a foreign diplomat would have to, quote, swear under penalty of law through the D.C. registration application that the person is not claiming voting residence in another country, end quote. The board also noted that an embassy address cannot be used to register to vote. since it is considered a commercial or business address, and a foreign passport cannot be used to register to vote since it does not contain a residential address in D.C. While Republicans are concerned about foreign diplomats voting in local elections, I wonder if they're aware that the United States, that currently in this country, United States citizens who are registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act are currently allowed to vote in elections at all levels of government in the United States, including federal elections. That's right. Registered foreign agents who are currently U.S. citizens can vote anywhere in the United States. Republicans are also concerned that undocumented immigrants might vote in local D.C. elections. That's highly unlikely because the D.C. voter roll is public record, and undocumented immigrants likely would not want to identify themselves, including their address. In closing, the House of Representatives is considering the wrong D.C. voting rights bill here today. Republicans claim that voting is a core right or the privilege of American citizenship. And not only is that historically incorrect, but I described earlier, it's also hypercritical. Republicans have fought tooth and nail to defeat legislation that would give the American citizens who reside in D.C. voting representation in the House and the Senate. We, of course, continue to push for D.C. statehood, and I urge the House to reject H.R. 884 and instead to pass H.R. 51. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chair, Mr. Comer, my good friend from Kentucky. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 884, that would prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia. This is a common sense bill. I'm going to start with the question that's posed. Why, for what reasons, why would my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want foreigners to vote in local elections in Washington, D.C.? What's the purpose? So let's just pose that question of why, and I ask the American public to ask your representative where they stand on this issue, because it's a bipartisan issue, with over two-thirds of this body having voted for it last year. Free and fair elections are a prerequisite for the healthy republic that our founding fathers envisioned in the District of Columbia as the epicenter, and they entrusted its care to Congress in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the U.S. Constitution. On November 21st, 2022, the D.C. City Council made a radical decision to allow non-citizens, including illegal aliens and those who are aligned with embassies of foreign countries, to vote in local D.C. elections. After the non-citizen voting law went into effect, the district actively encouraged non-citizens to vote for mayor, attorney general, members of the State Board of Education, and more. And some may wrongly dismiss these as merely local elections. However, the reality is that local elections are a vital part to our democratic process and have a significant impact on communities. Local elections determine critical matters such as taxation, the criminal code, and the election of city council members who create essential ordinances, including those that dictate voting rights. It's also important to acknowledge that many local elections are decided by razor-thin margins, underscoring their significance and the importance of active participation. And I find it unimaginable that the district, along with many across the country, would intentionally weaken the power of their constituents, citizens, many of whom come from underserved communities, in favor of non-citizens who in some cases have broken our laws to enter this country or could potentially be employed by a foreign adversary. As the capital of our democracy, Washington, D.C. should be at the forefront of ensuring safe and secure elections, not encouraging illegal immigrants and others to vote for policies that we don't want. And I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to look beyond Democrats' claim that this bill is discriminatory or misrepresents its intended purposes. No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not. This keeps the sanctity of being a citizen of this great country at the highest possible level. And let's restore that sanctity. And I go back to the question. This is common sense. But you have to ask yourself, why would you want a foreign agent? Why would you want an illegal immigrant? Why would you want somebody else that's not a citizen voting in local elections in D.C.? For what nefarious purpose are you pushing? As I mentioned, last Congress, the House passed this bill with bipartisan support. All Republicans and one-third of Democrats supported this common sense measure, and I'm asking everybody in the House of Representatives to stand up and do the right thing vote for this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
You know, it's interesting because the gentleman just asked our constituents to ask us what we think about this issue, but I think the better thing would be for the gentleman to ask his constituents what they care about. And I promise you, this issue will not be in the top 3 nor 10 of the things that they want us to focus on. And at the same time, they're pushing a bill to take away health care from 15 million Americans. Give me a damn break. D.C. believes in universal adult suffrage, that all adult D.C. residents, regardless of their immigration status, are subject to D.C. laws, taxation, and must register for selective service. D.C. believes they deserve a say in the local, again, in the local laws that govern them and how their local taxes are spent. Congress should not decide which residents are fit to govern on local D.C. matters. And I promise the gentleman, if he spoke with his own constituents, they don't give a damn. I yield 7 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
He is recognized.
Thank you. I strongly oppose this undemocratic paternalistic bill, which would repeal a law enacted by the locally elected District of Columbia government and impose a new law on D.C. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from every member of D.C.'s locally elected legislature, the council, opposing this bill. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter D.C.'s locally elected Attorney General, Brian Schwab, opposing this bill.
Without objection.
Last Congress, Republicans introduced 26 bills or amendments to change local D.C. election laws, including 14 to prohibit non-citizens from voting in D.C. or to repeal, nullify, or prohibit the carrying out of the local D.C. law that allows non-citizens to vote in local elections. Yet Republicans refuse to make the only election law change D.C. has requested, which is to make D.C. a state so they can hold elections for voting members of the House and Senate. While Congress has the authority to legislate on local D.C. matters, it is not required to do so. In Federalist 43, James Madison said of D.C. residents, quote, "A municipal legislature for local purposes derived of their own suffrages will, of course, be allowed them," end quote. In 1953, the Supreme Court held that, quote, "There is no constitutional barrier to the delegation by Congress to the District of Columbia to full legislative power," close quote. I want to discuss democracy or lack thereof in D.C. There are 700,000 D.C. residents. D.C. residents are required to pay federal taxes, register with selective service, and serve on federal juries in the same manner as residents of states. Yet D.C. residents have no voting representation in Congress, and Congress has the ultimate say on local D.C. matters. The Council has 13 members. If D.C. residents do not like how the members vote, residents can vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. That is called democracy. Congress has 535 voting members. None are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how the members vote on local D.C. matters, residents cannot vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. That is the antithesis of democracy. The substance of this bill is irrelevant, since there is never any jurisdiction for Congress to legislate on local D.C. matters. However, I will briefly discuss it. D.C. allows non-citizens to vote in local elections because it believes that all adult residents deserve a say in their local government. While D.C. law allows non-citizens to vote only in local elections. 40 states and the federal government allow non-citizens to vote in local, state, territorial, and federal elections at various points, including the founding. The federal government first prohibited non-citizens from voting in federal elections only 29 years ago. Today, nearly 20 citizens allow non-citizens to vote in local elections. As the House has considered this bill, Republicans have repeatedly said the franchise is a right of citizenship. If that is what Republicans believe, I hope they will finally grant American citizens who live in D.C. the right to vote for voting representation in Congress. I have introduced H.R. 51 to do so. Pursuant to the admissions and district clauses of the Constitution, H.R. 51 would admit the residential and commercial areas of D.C. as a new state. Statehood would not only give D.C. voting representation in Congress, it would also give D.C. full local self-government. I urge members to respect the will of D.C. residents by voting no on H.R. 884. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
Yes, we reserve.
And the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malatakis.
The little gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the question, why are the Democrats so obsessed with allowing non-citizens to vote in our election? Why do they go so out of their way to dilute the voices of American citizens, the very American citizens who elected them to represent them? It is incredibly frustrating to hear that they continue to double down, triple down on giving rights to people who are not citizens of this country at taxpayer American citizen expense. The lead debater on the other side of the aisle said that it's not just this Washington, D.C. that is looking to allow non-citizens to vote in our elections. 20 municipalities, and guess what? They're all Democrat-run. Now, in New York City, we had the same problem, where the New York City Council passed legislation to allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. We had to sue to stop it, and we successfully did. But it took not just 1 round in court, not just 2 rounds in court, 3 rounds in court, where the City Council and the Mayor of New York used taxpayer money to continue to fight this each and every round, despite being voted down in the New York State Supreme Court, in the New York State Court of Appeals, Appellate Court, and lastly, in the New York Court of Appeals, which, by the way, all Democrat appointees on that panel of judges, and we still won because it is illegal. It is not constitutional for non-citizens to vote in our elections. And so just like we fought this in New York City and we prevailed, we will do the same here in Washington, D.C., and make sure that they stop allowing and they don't allow non-citizens to vote in their municipal elections, because we are exercising our constitutional responsibility to protect our elections. So I urge my colleagues to continue to be strong and vote in support of this, because we know that it passed overwhelmingly with bipartisan support last year. 52 Democrats sided with Republicans. But those who continue to push for non-citizens to vote in our elections, to dilute citizenship and dilute the voice of citizens in our elections, should be ashamed of themselves, and they should think about who actually elected them to represent their interests here today and why they continue to push the contrary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as I might consume. I think it's interesting.
The gentleman is recognized.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I think it's interesting because the gentlelady who just spoke said something. She said this is about preserving our elections, quote, our elections. This is not about our elections. It's not about my election. It's not about her election being from New York. It's about the elections, the local elections of residents of D.C. Not hers, not mine, theirs. Their local election. And I think it's interesting because I don't know what happened. My Republican colleagues always like to talk about limited federal government. My Republican colleagues like to always talk about giving or local governance, how important that is, and yet they want to rip it away from the people in this city. My question is, how many doors have they knocked in D.C.? Have you knocked a single door? Have you spoken with a single resident, a person who lives here, about what they care about? No. You're using this chamber, you're using these bills to score national political points on local issues. The other thing the gentlelady said, is this about protecting the sanity of citizen voting. And like every other issue, Republicans want our people to believe that in order to protect us, we have to take something away from somebody else. That's how we protect the sanity of voting for citizens. We have to take something away from D.C. that they voted for. When right in front of us, if you want to protect the sanctity of citizen voting in D.C., then we know what we have to do. D.C. statehood. We have to ensure that citizens in D.C. are able to have a fully voting representative in the United States Congress, have full representation in this country. That's what we do to protect the sanctity of citizen voting in Washington, D.C. Not encroach on decisions that the people here have made locally. So I don't want to hear about our elections. Local D.C. elections are not my elections. They're not your elections unless you live here. The local D.C. elections are about the residents of this area. Thank you. I yield back, or I reserve.
The gentleman reserved, gentleman from Kentucky, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to Democrats trying to give voting rights to illegal aliens. Mr. Speaker, once again, Democrats are taking the 20% side on another 80-20 issue. The American people do not want illegal aliens voting. They shouldn't be here to begin with. They have no claim on our resources, and they certainly should not be influencing our political system in any respect. Mr. Speaker, every single one of them needs to be deported, and thankfully we have a president who is actually doing that. Mr. Speaker, for so long, Democrats have called conservatives conspiracy theorists. They've slandered us for saying that the Democrat playbook, which they themselves have articulated, is to open up our borders to ultimately provide amnesty, a path to citizenship, and voting rights to illegal aliens. And Mr. Speaker, they are doing that right now. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're fighting for it. Allowing illegal aliens to vote is not only grotesquely unjust, but it waters down the meaning of citizenship for American citizens who are here. Mr. Speaker, our government should represent our people, American citizens. Illegal aliens have no right to vote. They shouldn't be voting, and they need to be deported. With that said, I yield back. Thank you.
I think I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Well, once again, my Republican colleagues want to deflect on this issue, focus in on undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants are unlikely to vote in local D.C. elections. Again, why? Because the D.C. voter roll is public record. Undocumented immigrants are not going to want to identify themselves, including their address, where they live. Non-citizen voting, again, this is consistent. A lot of jurisdictions across the entire country. We talked about 20 municipalities do this to allow universal adult suffrage, the ability for people to take part in local elections. The other thing, real quick, that one of my Republican colleagues brought up is the purpose of this bill is Quote, we want to stop the diluting the voices of American citizens. Diluting the voices of American citizens. What's really diluting the voices of American citizens are voter suppression laws, like we see in the South, like we see in Florida, where I'm from. Poll taxes, voter roll purges, voter intimidation. That is what's diluting the voices of American citizens. I haven't heard a single Republican in this debate talk about ensuring that citizens that live in D.C. can have full representation in Congress. Where's that? I bring it up again. Every issue, Republicans want to talk about protecting us by taking away stuff from other people and never want to talk about giving citizens what we deserve. And the citizens of D.C. deserve to have full representation in the United States Congress. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains?
The gentleman from Kentucky has 20.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 10 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman. I thank the chairman for his good work. I thank my colleague August Pfluger for bringing forward today's legislation. U.S. elections should be for U.S. citizens only. A simple premise. When I began my work on trying to stop non-citizens from voting in the United States, I was often told by people that they didn't believe that this was actually the case. That's how radical of a provision exists in Washington, D.C. law. Let's set the stage for folks listening today. Let's set the stage to understand how radical this provision is in Washington, D.C. To be eligible to vote in municipal elections in our nation's capital, an individual only has to reside in Washington, D.C. for 30 days. So let's walk through that. So an individual who works at the Russian embassy, holding a Russian passport in their pocket, residing in the United States capital of Washington, D.C., for simply 30 days, could walk out of the embassy, walk to a polling location, because Washington, D.C. does not even have photo ID, would not need to pull out their Russian passport out of their pocket, and would be eligible to vote for mayor in our nation's capital. What the Democrats want to do, Mr. Speaker, is use Washington, D.C. as a petri dish for liberalizing voting laws across the country. What my Democratic friends want to do, Mr. Speaker, is allow non-citizens to vote across the country. The arguments that are being made fail on the merits when you recognize that the law, in fact, the law today, allows non-citizens who simply resided in the nation's capital for 30 days to be eligible to vote. Again, individuals working at embassies across this city are eligible to vote for positions like mayor, alderman. That is the height of hypocrisy. We need to make sure that U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens only. In our nation's capital, we should be looking at a whole host of election law reforms. In fact, I'm of the belief that we should make Washington, D.C. the gold standard of election laws, to actually show the American people what happens when we put in place provisions with strong election integrity. My colleague across the aisle referenced legislation that Republicans are working for. Well, let's take an example and let's dig into that for a moment. Let's look at the election integrity law that was passed in the state of Georgia. This, if we recall, in 2021 was a law that then President Joe Biden called Jim Crow 2.0. In fact, the stories that were told about that legislation earned him, I think, 4 Pinocchios or whatever they call that in the Washington Post. This is how ridiculous it was. Corporate America bought into the misstatements and the falsities of President Biden. If we recall, Major League Baseball removed the All-Star game out of Atlanta, Georgia, following Georgia passing this piece of legislation. Well, of course, 2 elections have passed since that legislation went into effect, so we should look at the empirical data, not at the statements that were made, the hyperbolic statements that were made by my colleagues on the left. We should look at the empirical data of what took place when those reforms were implemented. And what we saw was people increasing their confidence in our elections. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. And the University of Georgia, Georgia State, put forward a robust a robust survey of how elections were conducted in the state of Georgia. And what they saw was high voter participation and people actually having a positive view of how election results were conducted. If I recall correctly, there was 0% statistically of blacks that had a poor or negative voting experience. We should champion that. We should work to instill election integrity provisions across the board. Because when people increase their confidence in our elections, they're more likely to participate. And that's a good thing. What we want is U.S. citizens participating in our election. But what we see from my colleagues on the left is a whole host of policies that actually weaken election integrity. We've held debates as it relates to photo identification. Again, another provision that should be in Washington, D.C. law. Photo identification is almost the rock stone of what is election integrity. It's making sure people are who they say they are, a simple provision. I'm often reminded of a time when I was driving home in Wisconsin, heading back home, and I walked in to grab a six-pack of beer. And the clerk recognized me and said, "Hey, Brian, how you doing?" I said, it's good to see you." I set my six-pack of beer on the counter, and she said, "Brian, I need to see your ID." So just like every American, what did I do? I reached in, I grabbed my wallet, I pulled out my ID, and I handed it over to the clerk. In my opinion, I think it's absolutely nuts that we protect our beer more than we protect our ballots in our nation's capital. We should be looking at ways to strengthen election integrity here in our nation's capital, the front door for many folks to the greatest country in the world. Instead of fighting back and saying, yes, in our nation's capital, that, as the Democrats will say, that we should allow non-citizens to be voting in our nation's elections, we should actually be saying, no, let's use Washington, D.C. as the gold standard of election integrity. And what I believe we will see is exactly what we saw in Georgia. Despite the hyperbolic statements being made by past President Joe Biden, by my colleagues on the left, what we'll actually see is an increase in confidence in our elections. We'll see growing participation. We'll see a strengthening of our democracy. It's why this legislation is such an important step forward in the process of strengthening the integrity of our elections, increasing Americans' confidence, and garnering additional voter participation across the country. I think it's relevant to also note that last Congress, this bill came before us. 52 of our Democratic colleagues voted with every Republican in the House. It'll be interesting today, Mr. Speaker, to see how many of my colleagues across the aisle have the courage to stand up and to say U.S. elections should be for U.S. citizens only. The big difference here is now we have an opportunity to see this legislation move forward in the United States Senate. This is a bill that could actually be signed into law. We have an opportunity for the first time in a number of years to not only pass election integrity legislation here in the United States House of Representatives, we have an opportunity to pass election integrity legislation into law. Let me tell you, I'm excited about the opportunity to stand there when President Trump signs this bill into law, because this is an opportunity for a major step forward in election integrity here in our nation's capital, but also a statement across the country. Because as I believe, the radical Democrats want to use Washington, D.C. voting laws as a petri dish to roll out their plan across the country. My colleagues on the radical left would like to see non-citizens voting in my home state of Wisconsin, in small communities, big communities, all across this country, to drive forward and assist them in advancing a radical agenda. It's why making sure that we pass this law today is so important. To make sure that we're standing up for common sense, to make sure we're standing up for election integrity, to make sure that we're making only U.S. citizens having a voice in U.S. elections. This legislation should be straightforward to my colleagues on the left, although I'm afraid it won't be. I am proud to know that I believe every Republican who votes today will vote yes on this important measure, because it's the Republican Party, it's my colleagues of common sense, that believe we need election integrity in our nation's capital. But more importantly, we need election integrity across the country. And as we begin this effort, I think we have an opportunity as Americans to see increased confidence in our elections. And once again, when we increase confidence, we increase participation. Our principle should be U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens only. This legislation does that, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the esteemed chair from Wisconsin would indulge me, he brought up a set of laws in Georgia, which I thought was very interesting, talking about what we need to do. But I would yield 30 seconds to the chair if he could let me know who voted for those laws that were enacted in Georgia. I yield 30 seconds to the chair.
It was signed into law.
Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Signed into law in the state of Georgia by the governor of the state of Georgia.
But I guess my question is, what legislation? Oh, sorry, I reclaim my time. I guess I'm just curious, what body wrote the legislation, voted on the legislation, and sent it to the governor's desk? I yield 30 seconds to the chair.
The gentleman's recognized.
I assume the Assembly and Senate of the state of Georgia prior to signature by the governor of the state
Thank you. I reclaim my time. And the reason I asked the gentleman is he brings up a law in Georgia that was written by the elected representatives of the legislature, voted into office by the people of Georgia. See, my Republican colleagues would have us believe that today a lot of Democrats are going to vote for a bill to give non-citizens the ability to vote in D.C. That's not what we're voting on. We're not voting on a bill to do something. We're voting on a bill to allow something to stay in place, which was voted into action by the elected representatives of the local government of D.C. That's what we're doing here today. We're not voting to give non-citizens the ability to vote. We're just saying, let D.C. make their own local laws, just like they did in Georgia, just like the esteemed chair brought up earlier. And the other thing I want to bring up that was brought up has to do with the length of residency to vote. D.C.'s length of residency requirement is not a unique thing. To vote in D.C., yes, a person has to be a resident for at least 30 days before an election. But to vote in Kentucky, for example, a person has to be a resident for at least 28 days. I haven't heard our esteemed chair of oversight complain about the laws in Kentucky. In fact, under the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, states cannot set a voter registration deadline for federal elections more than 30 days before an election. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
Excuse me?
Reserve.
Okay. The gentleman reserves.
Prepare to close.
Okay. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. All right. Sorry. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you. Like we mentioned here today, no matter what my Republican colleagues say, they want to frame this as the Democrats voting to do something here today. We're not voting to let non-citizens vote in D.C. today. What we're voting to do is allow D.C. to make their own decisions, something my Republican colleagues used to talk a lot about. Home rule, the ability for localities and people to elect a representative to a body and those representatives to do something. If you have a problem with local D.C. laws, pick up a damn clipboard, go and knock some doors, and try to change it in D.C. But to do it from this institution, I think is shameful. Thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind my colleague on the other side of the aisle, U.S. Congress has a constitutional role to oversee Washington, D.C. law and intervene as necessary. D.C.'s non-citizen voting law is a dangerous policy. Only American citizens should be permitted to vote in this country, especially right here in the nation's capital city. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation to prohibit those who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 489, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Chair lays before the House a communication.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Belarus that was declared in Executive Order 13405 of June 16, 2006, which was expanded in scope in Executive Order 14038 of August 9, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond June 16, 2025. The actions and policies of certain members of the government of Belarus and other persons and the Belarusian regime's harmful activities and long-standing abuses continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13405 with respect to Belarus. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, June 9, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
We'll resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 2096 and passage of H.R. 884. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 2096, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 107, H.R. 2096, a bill to restore the right to negotiate matters pertaining to the discipline of law enforcement officers of the District of Columbia through collective bargaining, to restore the statute of limitations for bringing disciplinary cases against members or civilian employees of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 235 and the nays are 178 with one voting present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 884, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 106, H.R. 884, a bill to prohibit individuals who are not citizens of the United States from voting in elections in the District of Columbia and to repeal the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 266 and the nays are 148, with one answering present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, the House is in order.
The House will be in order. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the incredible athletes, volunteers, and supporters of the 2025 Special Olympics Pennsylvania Summer Games. This past weekend, more than 2,000 athletes from across the Commonwealth gathered at Penn State University and State College to compete, connect, and inspire. Held on campus for over 3 decades, the Summer Games have become a cherished tradition built on courage, inclusion, and perseverance. Since the first Games in 1970, which featured just 135 athletes, Special Olympics Pennsylvania has grown into a statewide movement with 54 local programs and thousands of participants. These games are not just about sports, they're about unlocking potential, building confidence, and fostering friendships that last a lifetime. This year's opening ceremonies at Medler Field at Lebrano Park, hosted in partnership with the State College Spikes, featured the iconic Olympic torch lighting and an exhilarating action sports demo, setting the tone for a weekend of achievement and joy. This program touches countless people in numerous ways, and it impacts reaches far beyond the sphere of sports. Mr. Speaker, I commend every athlete, coach, family member, and volunteer whose dedication made this celebration possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside the chambers. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize Daniela Scheffler for winning the 3,200-meter race at the Ohio Division I Track and Field Championship, earning her first state title, and recognizing her as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. As a senior at Lake High School in Uniontown, Ohio, Daniela ended an exceptional high school track career, setting records and winning several awards along the way. On the road to her first state title last month, Daniela set the record for the 1,600 and 3,200 at the Federal League Track and Field Championships, the state qualifier meet. As a testament to her hard work and dedication on the track, Daniela signed an offer with North Carolina State University where she will be continuing her track and field career. Daniela, we are proud of you. And even though you'll be far away from home at college, we will be cheering you on as you finish your career. Again, I want to congratulate Daniela Scheffler for an accomplished high school track career and on being named this week's Ohio's 13th Champion of the Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the 25th anniversary of the tremendous impact of Parents Challenge in El Paso County, Colorado. Parents Challenge, founded by Steve and Joyce Shuck, provides low-income families financial support for tuition, tutoring, transportation, and school supplies to provide their children with the best education available for them, including private, charter, and homeschool options. Parents Challenge provides free online, holistic empowerment sessions for all parents. They also offer a summer STEM program for middle and high school students and the Rising Seniors Leadership Experience for graduating high school seniors. Each of these programs directly benefits the families in my community. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues join me in congratulating Parents Challenge for prioritizing educational excellence and opportunity in their service to El Paso County for over 200 families and over 400 individual children, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today we mourn the passing of a legend in Westchester County, the Honorable Eddie Mae Barnes, a role model for women in our area as one of the first African-American female leaders elected to public office. She served four-year terms on the Greenburgh Town Board, 16 years as a voice for those who had no voice across the community, especially in the Fairview neighborhood. She was the author of the town's Police Community Advisory Committee, bringing residents and law enforcement closer together. She was the driving force behind naming the local community center in honor of Theodore D. Young, who did so much good for young people in Greenburgh. She was, by profession, a nurse, with a BS degree from Dillard University and an MS degree from Teachers College at Columbia. For 32 years, she was director of nursing at Rye Hospital Center. A true healthcare professional. She was kind and loving. She was as tough as nails. She fought for the things she believed in, and she offered a hug to all. Eddie Mae Barnes was a wonderful friend, and we will deeply miss her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Kent Greenwald, former mayor of Terrytown, Nebraska, who sadly passed away last month after a lifetime of service to his community. A veteran of the Vietnam War and an inexhaustible community volunteer, Kent's life was characterized by a readiness to step up to meet the needs of the moment. During his 12 years of service as mayor of Terrytown, he was known as a, quote, working mayor, end quote, for his willingness to mow lawns, trim trees, and clear dead trees from Terry's Lake. His sense of duty to his country was evident as a Nebraska National Guardsman for 8 years and later as a Patriot Guard motorcycle escort for military funeral processions. In 2023, he was welcomed to Washington, D.C. for a Veterans Honor Flight. The list of Kent's accolades is too lengthy to list in full, but his integrity and servant's heart are what stand out. My thoughts and prayers are with his family members and members of the community who knew and loved him. While he could never be replaced, America needs more people like Kent Greenwald. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the tragic loss of our Officer Gabriel Facio of the Apache Junction Police Department. This past Sunday, 6 days after being shot while responding to a road rage incident, Officer Facio passed away from his injuries at just 47 years old. Officer Facillo lived the American dream. Born in Mexico, Officer Facillo earned his U.S. citizenship and dedicated his life to serving the community that welcomed him with open arms. He began his law enforcement career with the Phoenix Police Department and nearly 4 years ago joined the Apache Junction Police Department. A devoted father and grandfather, a respected colleague, an upstanding American, he served Apache Junction with honor, bravery, and compassion. Tragically, he's the 4th Arizona officer to fall in the line of duty in just the past 12 months. To his wife, family, his many good friends and colleagues, my thoughts are with you. I hope his memory brings comfort and strength in the difficult days ahead. Officer Facillo's ultimate sacrifice, his courage and his selflessness will never be forgotten. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last few days, the country has been shocked by the horrifying images coming out of Los Angeles. But what is also shocking is the brazenly false statements made by the governor of California. Governor Newsom has asked us not to believe our eyes, not to believe the scenes that we are all seeing of officers being attacked, of cars being lit on fire, of roadways being blocked. The governor has claimed that everything was fine, everything was perfect, until the National Guard arrived. Now, this is completely inaccurate as a matter of the timeline. Things had spun out of control well before the Guard got there. That's why the Guard was called in. But it is also deeply offensive to attack the men and women in our National Guard by claiming that their presence has somehow catalyzed this violence. The governor owes an apology to the men and women in our National Guard who are serving our state and our country. He owes an apology to the people of Los Angeles for his role in egging on the riots. But the good news is, if there's any good news at all, that I do believe the people of California have had enough. There is a coalition for common sense emerging in our state, and I do believe we will return sanity and safety to our communities. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I honor the remarkable public servant and friend, Efton Sager. Efton served in the United States Air Force, retiring as a Master Sergeant. His commitment to our community was evident in all the active roles he played, including serving on the Wayne County Board of Commissioners. When he served in the North Carolina House of Representatives, we took great pride in representing Wayne County together. Throughout the years, we kept in touch, and there were many cherished memories. One, I recall how heartbroken Efton was when his beloved wife, Dolores, passed after 68 years of marriage. He said to me, "I hope God doesn't keep me here for too many years without her." It brings comfort believing they are together again. Efton passed peacefully on May 27. Today would have marked his 92nd birthday. Deborah and David, I extend my heartfelt condolences to you and the family as we honor Efton's life and lasting impact. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize St. Simon's Island's designation by U.S. News & World Report as one of the best underrated travel destinations in the U.S. They evaluated over 1,500 vacation destinations worldwide and ranked them across numerous categories. St. Simon's Island, the largest barrier island on the Georgia's Golden Isles, offers low-hanging Spanish moss, salty air, and warm ocean water. It is home to pristine beaches, miles of walking paths and trails, ice cream shops, and award-winning restaurants. Despite this, St. Simon's has still managed to keep a low profile and is often overlooked by out-of-state beachgoers. I'm proud that St. Simon's Island, my new home, is being recognized for the stunning views and coastal relaxation it offers patrons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I request unanimous
consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life of Brian Lavin, a retired NYPD detective from Long Beach and a true American hero. In the aftermath of 9/11, the worst terrorist attack on American soil, Brian was one of the courageous first responders who ran towards danger, working tirelessly amid toxic rubble at Ground Zero. His bravery, his selfless service in the harrowing days embodied the very best of our nation. Unfortunately, Brian's life was cut short this year by an illness directly linked to the hazardous conditions he endured on 9/11 as a first responder. His passing is a heartbreaking reminder of the enduring pain of that day. Thousands of law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency personnel, and New Yorkers who lived or worked near Ground Zero continue to get sick and die from cancers, respiratory illnesses, and other debilitating conditions caused by the exposure to the aftermath of the Ground Zero attacks. This is a powerful reminder of the need to fully fund and staff programs that support 9/11 first responders. So today, we honor another hero. We thank him for his sacrifice, and may he rest in peace. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
There's something you get excited about in the month of June. Ice cream, National Dairy Month. This is a good time to recognize the work of our nation's dairy farmers. My home state of California leads the nation in dairy production with thousands of family-run farms that have been at it for generations. These farmers aren't just producing milk, they're driving a big part of our local economy, providing jobs in rural agricultural areas. Dairies are also making strides in using modernized processes to keep the land and water healthy. However, dairies are often under fire from environmental groups, such as those in Point Reyes that they're trying to push out using fake environmental pronouncements and just basically running out of business in Point Reyes. They deserve a lot better than that. So remember, when you enjoy a glass of milk, a slice of cheese, or one of your favorite ice creams, there's real people doing really good work, sustainable work, responsible work, of operating these dairies, many of them organic, to keep it on the table for all of us. So let's celebrate and remember during National Dairy Month the work that these farmers put in, what it means to all of us. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Please revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce the ICE raids in Southern California carried out this past weekend and the President's unilateral decision to deploy the National Guard and now the Marines. The President claims to be going after violent criminals, but in reality, ICE is rounding up individuals off the street with no warrants, including children. Local and state law enforcement did not ask for assistance. Donald Trump is escalating the situation and making it more dangerous for everyone. Just today, he said the National Guard is preventing the violence on the streets, and that's a flat-out lie. The National Guard is standing on the sidelines watching as local law enforcement handles the situation. Now he's sending in the Marines. This is not the mission of the Marines. They're not trained for this. Sending them on ICE raids will only provoke confrontation. The President is playing with the lives of Californians, and the military is the pawn in his political game. He wants to create a conflict that will allow him to invoke the Insurrection Act or martial law. God only knows why. But California will never, ever bend to the will of a tyrant. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, China has state-sponsored media. North Korea has state-sponsored media. The United States does not need taxpayer-funded propaganda. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity this week to rescind $1 billion that is in the pipeline right now for NPR and PBS, two outlets that routinely spew anti-American and anti-Christian propaganda. They sow racial division in this country, and they promote weird, woke values that most Americans find disgusting. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have talked about for a long time, and finally we have a president who is serious about rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse from the federal government, and this is the perfect place to start. Let's pass this rescission bill, let's end taxpayer-funded propaganda, and let's take our country back. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the images emerging from California ICE raids escalating into chaos, immigrant families fleeing their homes, and the National Guard troops confronting peaceful protesters are a chilling reminder of how far we've strayed from our democratic values that we claim to uphold. This is not the America I know. This is not the America we aspire to be. We are a nation built on justice, compassion, and the unwavering belief that every person deserves dignity and respect. What is happening in Los Angeles betrays our core beliefs. The federal response to deploying more than 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines without a local request is a troubling overreach. It risks escalating tensions and chilling the right to protest, which is protected by the Constitution. We need leaders that listen, not the ones that answer concerns with intimidation and threats. In South Florida, immigration is an abstract political issue for us. It is personal. Our region is home to vibrant Jamaicans, Haitians, Venezuelans, Cubans, and Central American communities. They are nurses, doctors, pastors, teachers, small business owners, and caregivers. The reason our economies thrive is because of our immigrant communities.
Time has expired.
The attacks on immigrants and Americans exercising their right to protest must end now.
The gentlelady is no longer
back.
recognized. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the incredible Minnesota Frost on a monumental performance throughout the 2025 Professional Women's Hockey League Championship season, resulting in winning their second straight Walter Cup title. Last year, our Minnesota Frost made history, winning the inaugural Walter Cup trophy at the 2024 PWHL Finals. Now, thanks to their third consecutive overtime victory, the Walter Cup will stay at home in Minnesota for another year. This tremendous achievement wraps up an incredible season for the Frost. I want to congratulate each and every athlete for the hard work and dedication they have put in to bring home this championship win and continue to put Minnesota women's sports on the map. We are so proud of you. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 moment and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice strong opposition to a nonsensical provision included in the federal budget package that would force states to impose a moratorium on AI regulation in exchange for broadband funding through the BEAD program. Let me be clear. This is bad policy. States should not be forced to choose between expanding essential broadband infrastructure and setting bumpers and safeguards on the safe and ethical use of AI to protect children, small businesses, and consumers. I've seen firsthand how unregulated tech policy can impact our families and communities. Before coming to Congress, I worked for decades to protect children online and served as Deputy Secretary at NTIA, which oversaw the BEAD program. This provision undermines the very mission of BEAD, which is to expand broadband opportunity, jobs, healthcare, and education in underserved areas. Universal, high-speed, affordable broadband is akin to a utility and is
necessary to thrive in our country. I'll work with my colleagues, Reps. Matsui, Landsman, and Carter on a letter to the Senate raising our concerns with this provision. In closing, I urge the Senate majority to reject this coercive mission and insist on a standalone, transparent bill. I yield my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a true pioneer of American military history, Rear Admiral Eileen B. Dork of Defiance, Ohio, the first woman in the United States Navy to achieve the rank of Admiral. I join my Lake Erie colleague, Representative Kennedy of Buffalo, in requesting the Secretary of the Navy name a naval vessel in her honor. Admiral Dork began her journey of service after graduating from the Toledo Hospital School of Nursing in 1941. Soon after becoming a registered nurse, she entered the Navy Nurse Corps during World War II, and she treated wounded at the Naval Hospital in Portsmouth, Virginia, and later cared for the newly liberated American POWs aboard the USS Benevolence in the Pacific. She continued her service during the Korean War as a nursing instructor, and in 1970 was appointed director of the Navy Nurse Corps. Her 32-year career was marked by fierce advocacy for improved medical care, equitable pay, and expanded roles for women in our armed forces. Naming a Navy ship in her honor would pay tribute not only to her personal achievements, but to the doors she opened for countless others. I urge the Secretary of Navy to ensure Rear Admiral Dork's legacy of service, sacrifice, excellence, and patriotism are commemorated. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Gun Violence Prevention Month, I rise today to bring attention to the leading cause of death for children and teens in this country: firearms. And the reason we know that firearms are the leading cause of death for children is because of scientists and researchers at government agencies like the Centers for Disease Control. Over the years, the CDC has advanced our nation's public health through recommendations to improve things like vehicle design, smoke detectors, and bicycle helmets. Yet this administration is now decimating CDC offices, including the Division of Violence Prevention and the Division of Injury Prevention. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, we have a shared responsibility to advance policies to keep our communities safe, but we cannot do that without good science and good data. We simply cannot understand the scope and the depth of the gun violence epidemic without the CDC doing its job. That's why myself and House Democrats will fight for our world-class scientists, researchers, and health professionals every single day. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and accomplishments of U.S. Ambassador Lino Gutierrez. Lino honorably worked at the Department of State for almost 40 years, serving as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary and Acting Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere Affairs. He valiantly carried the flag abroad as the U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua and Argentina and served as a high-level advisor in the National War College. Even after his retirement, he found other ways to serve our community and give back to his community. He led the Una Chapman Cox Foundation and was a professor at George Washington and Johns Hopkins universities. I know it brought him great joy to mentor the next generation of foreign affairs professionals, particularly emerging leaders from the Latino community. Lino nobly represented U.S. economic and social interests. He defended our national security and rallied support for the United States. He was a good neighbor, a model citizen, a loyal friend, and a loving husband and father, and our nation owes him a debt of gratitude. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Puerto Rican Alliance of Northern Virginia for hosting and organizing their third annual festival. Virginia is home to a vibrant Puerto Rican community, and the festival celebrates the community's culture and contributions. It brings in vendors, volunteers, music, and a vibrant community. And the festival made history in 2023 as the first ever Puerto Rican festival in the DMV region. And each year, the festival draws over 10,000 attendees and continues to showcase the community's culture. The festival made history again in 2024 with over 18,000 guests in attendance, and I want to thank the Puerto Rican Alliance of Northern Virginia and wish you a great event this year. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for permission to speak for 1 minute and to be able to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Did you grow up watching Clifford the Big Red Dog, or Sesame Street, or Reading Rainbow? Did you spend time in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? Or maybe you enjoyed watching Finding Your Roots with Dr. Henry Louis Gates or Frontline documentaries. If so, you have the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to thank. But now Republicans are trying to take them down. Yes, Republicans are trying to get rid of your favorite PBS stations. They're coming for you again, Big Bird. Our youngest constituents, our babies, have so much to lose if PBS is gutted. PBS provides educational program for our children and locally tailored content for families. It's free, and it doesn't require expensive cable or streaming subscriptions. PBS and its affiliate stations also provide emergency alerts that are quick and reliable, reaching 97% of households during natural disasters. Republicans' devastating cuts would mean many PBS stations would be forced to shutter, especially those in rural areas. They likely won't be able to fill the gap. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting needs and deserves support from Congress, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Rice. To address the House for 1 minute. I rise to associate myself with the lady from Wisconsin. I wasn't going to speak, but I came on the floor and I heard Mr. Gill talk about how proud he was of the president to be doing away with PBS. Shame! Is this Brandenburg? Are we going to be burning books next? What do we stand for in this great country? In the United States of America, we have free speech. And everybody gets to express their opinion, whether you agree with them or not. And PBS does an exceptional job. Thank God for them. God bless them in America. And if you want to help out all you citizens out there, donate to PBS and don't put up with any of this nonsense. I yield back.
To address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Keith Self for Monday, June 10th through June 12th, 2025.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud, liberated, unbought, unbossed, unafraid Democrat. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to say that I rise today to recognize those that I call the impeachment warriors. I had a press statement that was sent out, and I'd like to read just a few words from it, Mr. Speaker. It reads, Media Advisory and Public Notice. Congressman Al Green recognizes the significant battle won by impeachment warriors. And then there's a subtitle, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been returned to the United States and may get the due process authoritarian President Trump declared he had no constitutional right to. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of these organizations and what they have done. They have made a difference. These organizations have been on the front line to prevent an authoritarian president from devolving our country into a total state of the authoritarianism. These organizations have taken the time to organize and mobilize within our communities. And these organizations deserve an expression of appreciation. I believe that organizations that go to this length should have a flag flown over the United States Capitol to honor what they've done, Mr. Speaker. I have in my hand such a flag. This is a flag that was presented to me upon my arrival in Congress by a member of Congress. I cherish it and I have kept it. This flag was flown over the United States Capitol. I plan to have a similar flag flown over the United States Capitol for each of the following organizations. For edification purposes, these flags will be flown over the same Capitol up the same flagpole that had a flag flown for President Kennedy, for Dr. Martin Luther King, for Rosa Parks. I want them honored because of what they're doing to prevent an authoritarian president from devolving our country into full-blown authoritarianism. Mr. Speaker, the organizations that I would like to call to the attention of this Congress would be Free Speech for People. This organization has acquired more than 600,000 signed statements, petitions to impeach and remove President Trump from office. The Women's March, another organization that has been engaged. The May Day movement, the 14th Now movement, the Citizens Impeachment Now movement. And I have two friends that I'd like to single out who have been very helpful. Jessica Denson would be one. She is with Lights On with Jessica Denson, a podcast. And my constitutional law friend, Attorney John Boniface. I plan to have these flags flown this week, and they will be presented to these organizations at a later time. These flags will represent what I believe is a true testament from one member of Congress to say to them, please know that you have won a battle. You were able to bring Mr. Garcia back to this country with your work, but that battle doesn't mean that the war is over. We still have a war to fight because we have an authoritarian president in office. I have in my hand, Mr. Speaker, a column from the Washington Post. This story from the Washington Post, dated June 9th, 2025, reads as follows. This is the style of the story. It reads, California Governor Gavin Newsom says Trump is stepping toward authoritarianism. An excerpt from the actual story reads, California Governor Gavin Newsom should be arrested. This is something that President Trump said. This is from the story. President Donald Trump said he thought California Governor Gavin Newsom should be arrested, a claim that Newsom described as an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism. I concur with what he said about the step, but I would simply say this. I think we're already there. We are in a country wherein a president has devolved democracy into authoritarianism. This president has done so by using executive orders. He has done so by using the very courts to move his executive orders, but by moving them such that they move slowly and get to a final judgment that would be against him. This president has disrespected the federal courts. He has disrespected the orders of the court. When the courts have said to him, even if you differ with our orders, you have to appeal these orders. You cannot decide that you're going to proceed, notwithstanding the court's implementation, a failure to implement the orders that you think should be implemented. This president has decided that judges should be impeached if they decline to follow his mandates. He has said ugly things about the judiciary and has gone so far as to say that some judges don't deserve to be on the bench and that these judges should be removed by way of orders of impeachment emanating from this very House. This president has devolved democracy into authoritarianism. He is a president ripe for impeachment, and impeachment is what we shall bring to the attention of this House. We have already filed H-Res 415 to impeach the president. This resolution deals with the acts that he has perpetrated related to the removal of a person from this country without due process, without giving this person the opportunity to say, you've made a mistake, notwithstanding the fact that his administration acknowledges that a mistake was made. This president, pursuant to these articles, should be removed from office because judges told him that he had made a mistake and that he should facilitate the bringing of this person back to the country, and he has not done so as of the time these articles were filed. This president knows that the removal without due process was an improper action, but he did it, notwithstanding the knowledge that was accorded him by some members of his staff, some persons in his administration. So I say to you, H-Res 415, this would be articles of impeachment that we'll call to the attention of the public. This means that they'll be voted on. They'll be voted on in this House. I will read them. They will then be read again by the clerk, and that thereafter they'll be voted on. Those who vote to table, and there will be a motion to table, those who vote to table will be voting against the articles of impeachment, notwithstanding all of the evidence. Those who vote to have the articles move forward will vote against tabling the articles of impeachment. And then we'll let the record stand, and I suggest to everyone, vote your conscience. I will be voting to avoid tabling these articles of impeachment. But I'm going beyond these articles of impeachment. I am going to file additional articles of impeachment this month, and these articles will relate to not only the president, but also the vice president. Both of them should be removed from office, president and vice president. And I will present these articles of impeachment to this House this month. I don't know that I'll bring them to a vote this month, but I do know that they will be presented to the House this month. The president is unfit to hold the office that he has. The things that he says and the things that he's done are clearly indicative of an authoritarian presidency. Mr. Speaker, I have been censured by this House for the things that I have done. I was in here and I called to the attention of the president that he had no right, I didn't say right, I said that he didn't have a mandate. But I was in essence saying you have no right to eliminate or to cut Medicaid. And then I went on to talk about Social Security and Medicare. I was among the very first to call this to the attention of not only this House and the president, but literally to the attention of this country and the globe. And I was right then, and I'm right now. The president is cutting by and through the members of the House and soon to be the Senate, money from Medicaid, some $700 billion. He is going to cut now Medicare, and only God knows what will happen as it relates to Social Security in the hands of my Republican colleagues. I believe that we cannot allow a president to do these things without challenging him, without confronting him whenever we have the opportunity. Having done so, I was censured for what I did, and I accepted my censure. I accepted it. It doesn't mean that I agreed with it, but I accepted my censure because I believe that if you protest, you've got to be prepared to suffer the consequences. I was prepared to suffer the consequences. I don't agree with them. But I believe that when we do things that contravene the laws, things that are not in harmony with society, things that are causing harm to society, I believe that there are punishments that we should suffer. If you break the law, you should suffer punishment. I believe that a president who is breaking the law by avoiding the constitutional responsibilities imposed upon him by his oath of office, by the Constitution itself, I believe that when he does this, impeachment is the remedy. If the courts cannot control him, and my Republican colleagues who have the majority in the House and the Senate won't control him, then the only thing left is impeachment. And that means that the Congress of the United States of America, in this House, this will become the court of last resort. We plan to use the court of last resort to bring justice to the country for what an unfit president is doing to devolve our democracy into autocracy. I believe that this is something that must be done, notwithstanding the fact that I have been impeached, yes, but I haven't been silenced, and I will not be silenced. I will not be silenced because too much is at stake. The country is devolving into this autocracy, this authoritarianism, and we have to speak up. I don't ask others to do what I do. I don't mind standing alone. If it means standing alone, I will stand alone. I would hope that there will be others of goodwill who will stand also. But if they don't, I leave that to them to deal with as they choose to navigate their way through this Congress and through life. So I have been silenced? No. I have been censured? Yes. And I plan to continue with this movement. This movement is something that I call now a countdown to impeachment. A countdown to impeachment. And this countdown is something that I embrace, and I embrace it with my friends, all of whom I have named, but I think sometimes it bears repeating certain things. I want the folk over at Free Speech for People to know that this countdown to impeachment includes them, and there's more than 600,000 persons that they have on their petition. The Women's March, a group of women who have come together to claim and demand that women have the respect in this society that men have. Example, men get paid more for work that women are doing, same work, but don't get equal pay. Some have estimated it to be about 20+%, maybe 25, 26%. Well, there isn't a man alive who's worth 26 cents more than a woman. We have to make sure that the Women's March is supported, and I'm going to support them. The May Day movement, a movement started to make sure that this president knows that there are people who are going to march and protest to make sure that he is impeached. They're all a part of the countdown to impeachment. The 14th Now movement, something that started very early on in the presidency and the president's reign this time, in this president's term of office. And this movement was started to prevent what is happening now, and that is our government's devolving into authoritarianism. And finally, the citizens' impeachment movement. This movement is something that has grassroots elements associated with it across the country, and I'm proud to say that they are part of the countdown to impeach. The countdown to impeachment. So again, a flag will be flown in honor of these organizations for the efforts that they've made. I will bring additional articles of impeachment to the attention of the Congress this month to impeach not only the president, but also the vice president. And finally, the articles that I have presented already to this Congress will be read and they will be voted on. And make no mistake about it, I will bring additional articles of impeachment because this president continues to breach the mandates of the Constitution. And as long as he continues to do it, I will continue to bring articles of impeachment. I think we're laying the foundation for his being impeached. Finally, this. There are those who contend that we should not impeach at this time. Well, I contend that there are many things that we bring to the floor of the House that we don't get the kind of results that we desire when we bring them initially. Many things. We have brought the equality legislation before the House, and we passed it twice in the House. That doesn't mean that we're not going to continue with it. We're not going to give up on it. It took us almost 100 years to get the Affordable Care Act. We never gave up on it. So bringing things to the attention of the House that don't get passed the first time, that is nothing new. I believe that we will do this and we'll be persistent with it. I know that as we do it, we will gain additional momentum. There will be many who won't vote for it initially, but then there will be more the second time that will, and more the third time, and the fourth time, and however many times it's necessary to get us to our final impeachment articles that will bring President Trump down. He does not deserve to hold the office that he holds. So impeachment is the remedy when the courts can't control him and his party won't control him. It's left up to us, those of us who have the will and the courage to bring articles of impeachment before the Congress of the United States of America. This will be done. This is my pledge. The countdown to impeachment continues, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Mr. Green caught us a little bit off guard. He suddenly stopped, and I'm not used to him doing that. All right, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we're going to try a couple things tonight, and I'm going to try to do this as efficiently as possible. And I hate doing it this way, but part of what I'm going to do tonight is respond to just basically a little bit of, actually a whole bunch of just the absolute misrepresentation that keeps coming into our office. So every week, for years, I come by here and I sound like an idiot economics professor when I walk through these things, trying to help our brothers and sisters here in this body who might be crazy enough or not have enough of a life to watch a presentation like this, to walk through the math. And it's a simple philosophy. At the end of the day, the math will always win. So I'm going to try to do three things here. I'm going to try to actually get the reality of what happens, how the tax system works, when our brothers and sisters on the other side say, oh, you just raise taxes, that will cover everything. I'm going to show our history that it doesn't work that way. Second thing, I'm going to show a series of proposals we've made, and these are only my responsibility, so don't blame another member of Congress, of how we have this current reconciliation budget. We're going to have another one that sort of starts again this summer, because remember, we functionally have, depending on timing, you could have 3 bites of the apple on reconciliation. Why do we do reconciliation? It's a way to get through the filibuster in the Senate under the 1974 Budget Control Act. And I have brought pieces of legislation to reform Medicare Advantage, because you've seen the Wall Street Journal stories, the ProPublica stories of the functionally, the criminality that's going on. The MedPAC report that basically shows hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud because of what some of the insurers are doing. I'm a big fan of a capitated healthcare delivery model because your incentive is to help people be healthier. But if you have a system where you can make stunning profits by scoring people as sicker, we got a misalignment, and that is not what Medicare Advantage was designed to do. It was designed to actually provide a package of delivery to make you healthier. I'm going to show a little bit of data on a talent-based immigration system. And over the previous weeks, I've come here before and shown we got a demographic crisis. We have a shortage of young people. Think about this bit of math. Take the last 20 years, 20 years ago and today, we functionally have the same number of 18-year-olds. But the number of people 65 and up has doubled. So over here, I have, my 1,000,008 18-year-olds. Over here, I've gone from 35 to now almost 70 million of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up. You have a shortage of young people in this country. Unless you deal with that reality, but you don't want to open up the borders, that's the disaster. You make people poorer by bringing in people to compete with your working poor. And that's the cruelty of what the last administration did, is they crushed working people's wages. I want to grow the economy, grow productivity, make the society wealthier, and we're the only country in the entire industrialized world which hasn't moved to a talent-based immigration system so we can grow, we can compete. Look, slightly off the rhythm I wanted to use, 1970s, 80s, the world competed for hydrocarbons. Last decade, we competed for rare earths. This decade, and the economists say maybe the next 2 decades, the world's going to knife each other for smart people. In a world that basically is heading towards flat population growth, maybe we should show up to that battle, because we educate people here, we educate them with our system, then we send them home to compete with us. Have we lost our mind? And to President Trump's credit, he's talked about this repeatedly. So forgive me, I'm going to have to reach over here and do a little sorting of these charts because they're out of order. So I'm going to give you that one back. And look, so let's start this. First, I need to work up some principles. If you actually look at our history, I'm going to show a couple charts of this. Times when we've had fairly high marginal tax rates. Let me do it on this board. This one's actually a little easier to understand. You guys mixed up all the boards. And sorry about that. I'm going to give you that. Well, actually, let me just use this one. It's not the board I wanted to start with, but let's work through it. If you take a look at what we spend and what we take in tax collections, here's your structural problem. We've had times with very high marginal tax rates, very low marginal tax rates. Go back over since the 70s. We always seem to end up somewhere between about 17.5 to mid-high 18s. High marginal tax rates. We're still getting 18% of GDP in tax receipts. And when we talk about these things, you'll hear us talk about as a percentage of the size of the economy, because it's too confusing doing dollar amounts, because inflation, those things, the dollar amounts change. So when you hear someone pretending to be an economist, we're going to talk in percentage terms. We've had times where we've had very low marginal tax rates after the Reagan Revolution, yet we still got the same percentage of the economy in total tax receipts because the economy grew bigger. Our crisis, particularly the last decade or 2 decades, is this gap here. We're heading towards now spending 25% of the entire economy. So think about this. This year, where the economy has actually been fairly decent, we're doing okay in our tax receipts. We're right on target. But our spending, we're going to borrow about 7.2, 7.3% of the entire economy this year. And that gap is the debt and deficits. And when our brothers and sisters on the left keep saying things like, raise taxes, we've done that. Remember, we've been experimenting this since, the 16th Amendment, when we've had times of raising the high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, and somehow the growth of the economy is what fluxes. And therefore, the receipts we get, we call them tax receipts, we don't call them revenues, the receipts always sort of stay right there in that mean. And the reason, and I'll try if I can get my boards in some sort of order here so they make sense to us. And forgive me as I get myself organized here. We grabbed them and they put them in out of order. What should scare us to death is right now, we basically, the percentage of all tax receipts required to cover interest. This year, for every dollar we take in, 16 pennies of it cover interest, just interest. In 9 years, 9 budget years, 30%, actually that's 8 budget years, 30% of every dollar we take in tax receipts will just cover interest. Now, I didn't bring the chart, maybe I should have, because it's been mixed up. If we had a 1% increase from what we expect baseline interest rates to be, Mr. Speaker, would you dare in your head to guess, so in 2034, 2035, 30% of all of our tax receipts is just covering interest. 1% interest increase, we get up to 45% of all tax receipts is just covering the interest. That should scare the crap out of people. But are we allowed to explain that almost every dime, well, the vast majority of the debt increase over the next decade, it's interest, and God forbid we tell the truth, it's Medicare. We got older. We have a shortage of young people. So let's actually sort of walk through some of the reality of what our brothers and sisters say on the other side. So this is an article. It's actually one of the, I've used it before. It's one of the best in sort of explaining the reality of the math and also reality of the lies. They're just outright lies. We got to tell the truth. So this is written by Jessica Riedel, and it's written back in 23. But what was done is they took all these tax proposals that the Democrats have proposed, the ones we have scores, and then did the economic modeling. Let's have rich people, we'll raise their capital gains tax. We'll take wealthy people and we'll raise their marginal income tax. We'll raise their estate taxes. All the things that we get in our town halls and discussion groups, just tax rich people. That takes care of the problem. Here's the math. And the beautiful thing, what Riedel did here is actually took economic data from all sorts of studies, from left-wing groups, from just statistical modelers. And when you read it all, almost every proposal the left has given us, if you add it up, so raise the estate tax, raise investment taxes, raise corporate taxes, raise individual income taxes. By the time you're done, you might pick up another 1.5 of GDP in taxes for the U.S. Treasury. Did you hear my voices a couple moments ago? This year we're borrowing 7.3% of the entire economy. So next time you have someone on the left say, just raise taxes on rich people, go online, Manhattan Institute, pull up the study, and walk them through the actual math. Now, I've got to tell you, I have a chart for those on the Republican side who we walk through some of the things we want to cut. We can have a revolution in the cost of government if we're willing to redesign. There's a difference between redesigning programs and cuts. But many of the things we talk about cutting, we get only 1%. But once again, why this is so important here. When the left says, well, you don't have to cut anything, just raise taxes on rich people. That's not what even their own economic literature says. But of course, that would require literacy, wouldn't it? Someone would actually have to sit down and read this stuff with a calculator. We have a crisis. And having a society that's getting older is not Republican or Democrat. It's just what we are. It's math. Look, if we're not willing to tell the truth, we can continue to use our campaigns, You know, all right, a slightly non sequitur. We're going to get a new Social Security Medicare actuary report in the next couple of weeks. And I know we'll all be just giddy to actually read it and see what it says. But if we look at last year's, it basically said in 2033, so 7 years, 8 years from now, the trust fund is gone. It's emptied because every month Social Security gathers payroll taxes and there's a shortage. So they take their special T-bills because they've loaned money to the general fund and they cash those in. They get that money back from Treasury. Treasury goes out and borrows the money, but they get that plus interest. In 7 years, they have no more special T-bills to cash in with the general fund at Treasury. In 7 years, if you get a Social Security check, you're taking a 21% cut. We will double senior poverty in America in 7 years, double senior poverty. This is a really moral place. So how many idiots, electeds do you see come behind these microphones and say, it's a Democrat problem, it's a Republican problem, it's a human problem, we're going to fix this. And then the lying that goes on here, last year I did an entire series of charts, which the Democrats turned into attack ads, that showed raising the cap, when you raise the cap. So every dime someone earns is subject to the full Social Security tax. It only covered 38% of the shortfall. And we didn't even do the economic effects of how much the economy slows down when you do that. So the solutions you hear repeatedly from our brothers and sisters on the left just mathematically aren't true. Raise taxes. You get 1.5% of GDP. In 9 years, we're borrowing 9% of the entire economy. Well, for Social Security, just raise the cap. Okay. And don't give any benefits. That's the other part. Keep the benefit formula at where it is today. Tax people on every dime above that formula. So what is it? About $170,000 today. Take every dime above that to put the full, 12.4% Social Security tax on it, but don't give any benefits for that. It only covered 38% of the shortfall. And that first full year, I think we were modeling it for 2034, that first full year, the shortage, that if you said, well, we'll just pay for it out of the general fund, I think was $608 billion, so almost 2/3 of our entire military budget. So if you're someone that comes to me and says, David, I want to protect the country, I want to protect the military, I want to do this, I want to do that, tell the truth about our demographics and the earned benefits that actuarially are collapsing around us, but we're terrified to step up and do the math and tell you the truth. So we start to actually walk through actual solutions. So if I came to you right now and said, let's see if I can find the right charts here. So I did a whole presentation over and over the last 3 weeks on Medicare Advantage. So 2005, Republican idea to buy capitated managed care policies for seniors. And the idea was there'll be a benefit package and the insurer will actually make money by helping people be healthier. Well, over the years, some of it was in Obamacare, other things, it got screwed up where the insurers were making money by scoring people as sicker. So in 2005, the model for Medicare Advantage is it's going to come in at 95% of the fee-for-service costs. And look, I'm sorry to geek out on this, but this is important. Remember, 55% of Americans are on Medicare Advantage. I represent an area with terrific penetration because we have very robust networks and those things in the Phoenix area. But it was supposed to come in at 95% of the cost of fee-for-service. Today, according to MedPAC, because I know we all read the MedPAC report, it comes in at 120%. Just that difference last year is $100 billion. When the Wall Street Journal does 5 major series of the fraud misrepresentation. Let's call it misalignment. When the Justice Department has leaked out, made announcements of not only civil suits, but criminal suits, criminal investigations that are going on, maybe this place should pay attention. And the beauty of it is this type of scale of waste and fraud being the largest in the entire country. Remember, our preliminary score from CBO of Medicare Advantage is $1.84 trillion, making that bill the single biggest savings bill for a single bill in U.S. history. And I've already introduced it. You see the discussion, the debates going on in the Senate right now, but it's scary because you got to get up in front of the American people and explain, okay, this is Medicare Advantage. What we're concerned about is not the health care you receive, your earned benefits, it's what the insurance company over here is doing, and that's why they're under criminal investigation. I'm sorry, it's uncomfortable, but our job here is to tell the truth and make the math work. Second thing, the reason I'm walking through these is we've introduced 3 bills that cover every dime of the reconciliation budget, and add, I think, maybe even an extra $1 trillion of savings. So remember how I mentioned before one of the crises we have in the United States is we don't have enough young people. So we've introduced a talent-based immigration bill. Now this is actually, I'm actually surprised I haven't taken more beatings, but I'm sure they're coming. We're functionally the only country left in the world, industrialized world, that uses a familial-based immigration system. It's your family sponsors the next person, the family sponsors the next person, so on. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, everyone else has gone to a talent-based system to maximize economic growth in their countries. We haven't shown up to that. But if you listen to what President Trump has talked about, of the insanity of educating people and sending them home to compete with us, maybe if we move to a talent-based immigration system, we stop educating them here, send them home to compete with our economy. It turns out that actually comes in at producing $152 billion of savings. And the amazing thing is in the second decade, that with some of the expensing of research and development, those things, you get a substantial economic growth. You get productivity. This is how you actually grow the economy, so you have the resources. Have the resources to come our promises. The other bill we're doing that's actually going to be sort of fascinating, let's see if I can try to explain this. This one is less about cutting spending, it's about finding cash that's sitting up and down the government in accounts. Some of these things have hundreds of millions of dollars that have sat there for years and years. We call it unobligated funds. And look, there's those that are and I did this chart just to try to explain, and there's no year, it's sort of cash was assigned there, but the way it was authorized, there isn't a particular year it has to be spent. There's those that actually, it was a 2 or 3 year commitment. We borrowed the money, we stuck it in this agency's accounts, and it sits there, but it hasn't been spent. Then there's those where it's actually money that actually, they never used all of it. The crazy, crazy thing, if I came to you and said, what would you guess? Now, look, from a policymaker, I deal with the reality. I'm never going to get all of it. But if you add up all that, what we call the forgotten funds money, it's $1.524 trillion. So if anyone else is playing along, I have Medicare reform, $1.8 trillion. Talent-based immigration, $150 billion. If you got, let's say we were able just to get part of the expiring provisions, that's $540 billion. I just covered every dime, we just covered every dime of the reconciliation budget. There's no borrowing. And you maximize economic growth because you're not engaging in the crowd-out effect of having to go to markets. Remember, we borrow $6 billion every day. In 9 years, we borrow $10 billion every day. We've got to do things like this so we're not competing with you, your family, trying to get a mortgage, trying to get a car loan, trying to, what your credit card interest rates are going to be. Think of this. In the last 12 months, half of all the debt in the U.S. bond markets, half of it, has just been the United States federal government. So your school district, the company that wants to expand, all the bond market that's supposed to be helping finance the growth of this society, this country, half of it now is just the federal government. And it's going to get worse. I'm giving you 3 bills that cover every dime of the borrowing. None of them cause burning and slashing and, and mashing of teeth and the whining that happens around here. And it turns out they're all really good policy. And this is the constant argument I keep trying to make to our brothers and sisters here. We're going to have to do policy, and policy is hard. It's complex. There's armies of lobbyists walking around this campus here, and the inefficiency of the federal government is their profit model. There's bureaucracies who despise the concept of saying, maybe you should use technology. I have a report on my desk, and I've only read like the first 3 or 4 pages from the IRS, and it's an analysis of their data. Turns out the crazy thing, the chat, the computer answering the phone at the IRS has a higher favorability rate than when a human's answered the phone. Maybe we should stop being scared of adopting the technology, because remember, last year's taxpayer audit said only 31% of the phone calls to the IRS were getting answered. Yet the IRS union attacks you for saying, maybe we could use technology. Oh, you can't do that. Well, now we have the survey data that shows the chat that answers the phone, that answers your questions, that walks you through your tax form, also has a higher favorability than the human. It's uncomfortable, but it's math and the facts. So look, as I try to walk through a couple of these things, and look, I'm going to just show this board, even though I'm going backwards. Did I mention my boards are out of order? See that red area? That would be the savings on the Medicare Advantage. We're still going to spend, there's still 14 plus trillion being spent on this program over the next 10 years. And the crazy thing, this idea of fixing the waste, fraud, misalignment, this reform bill could be Republican and Democrat, because anyone who's bothered to actually read the MedPAC reports for the last half a decade knows we have a problem. How do I get the talent around here to not be terrified of the army of lobbyists and actually step up and do what's hard, but do what's right? And Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster here and see if I can get to some of the points. That would help make sense. And I was just saying this a moment ago, but maybe it's easier with the visual. This is baseline. This is our baseline. Almost every dime of this growth from the baseline spending is the growth of interest and Medicare. Today we borrow $6 billion a day. In 2035, functionally for us it's 9 budget years, we borrow $10 billion every day. Okay, so let's do that simple math in our heads. 10 times 365, and it's actually not 10, it actually comes in, I think, at $10,400,000,000. So it comes in like 3.8 trillion is Moody's, who did the analysis on this, Moody's Analytics, that in 2035, We're going to borrow $3.8 trillion that year. We're going to borrow 2.2, 2.3 this year. And that's just sort of built off of what our baselines look like. And why this should terrify us. CBO has us, over the next 10 years, adding another $22 trillion of debt. If interest rates move now, because now you need to calculate the higher interest rates, if you start to put those dollars in, we're not completely there, but we're getting close to the next 10 years. We borrow as much as we did the previous 240 years. Okay, this has got to be the dozenth time I've said this on the floor, and I can't seem to get it to sink in, but that's the underlying math. And what should also be scaring people to death, yet the hallways are full of people coming into our offices demanding more money. The United States now is like number 12 or 13 on the credit stack, meaning, take a look, Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. We have 18 states that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the federal government, but yet we borrow money to send to our states. I mean, take a look at this. Does this not just curl anyone's toes, but yet somehow magically we think the money tree is going to continue? So look, let's see if this visual helps. Think of the protests, the whining. I won't use the word bedwetting because I think that's just inappropriate for a member of Congress to say. Baseline is the federal government intends to spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years. $86 trillion is the CBO baseline. All we're talking about in the budget reconciliation was a $2 trillion savings. 86 spend, 2 trillion. To give you an idea just how absurd this debate is, so tomorrow we're going to do, I think, a rescission vote. I think it's tomorrow, maybe it'll be Thursday. Think of the angst, the protests. We're upset. David, you can't lower spending. Okay, let's see if we can do this. How many hours are there in a year? 8,700 hours in a year. Work with me on this, Mr. Speaker. 8,700 hours in a year. The rescission package takes care of 28 hours of that 8,700 hours of borrowing. Yet you listen to people come behind these microphones and it's like the world's coming to an end. Please understand, this is just the beginning. If you want this federal government to be able to stabilize and survive, when you have the economists on the left and the right saying, look, if we can get to about 3% of borrowing of GDP, we can stabilize. We're borrowing 7.3 this year. In 9 years, we're borrowing 9% of the entire economy. Understand what this means. That would be reduced spending this year. So we're going to spend, what, 7.3 trillion this year. You'd have to reduce federal spending by 1.4 trillion to get down to 3% borrowing. The vote we're going to have in the next day or so on the first part of the rescissions package covers 28 hours of borrowing for a whole year. And yet I know I even have members on my side who are all puckered up running around saying, oh, how do I explain that? Do you understand how much trouble we're in? If we're borrowing about $72,000 every second of every day, in 9 years we're borrowing over $100,000 every second of every day. I've shown you before in the charts and the reports that the Democrats' plan of just raise taxes on everyone doesn't get you anywhere close to what's required. Remember, every tax hike they have, 1.5% of GDP, and we're borrowing over 7 this year. We need a revolution in how we deliver services. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you right now, you look at the lobbyists walking up and down our hallways, they despise, the bureaucracies despise anything that changes their business models. And I want to extend the apology, Mr. Speaker. I know my boards were a little disjointed because they came out of order. But the concept was very simple of this presentation. It's 3 things. The scale of the borrowing. There's actual policy solutions that you can pay for everything we're doing right now if we'll actually open up our brains, open up our minds, open up our calculators, and actually look at it. And that a number of the solutions actually don't need to be partisan warfare. Now, we'll turn them into partisan warfare because we care much more about winning the next election than we do saving the republic. Mr. Speaker, I'm in a 50-50 district. Now, I'm blessed. I represent a really well-educated population. They're fairly prosperous, they're smart people, and they've tolerated, not because they're thrilled about what I say, but I think they believe what I say. I go to great lengths to get the math right. There is hope, there is a path, there's a solution. I also have one of my economists that makes it very clear we may have only about 36 more months, and we start to hit what's referred to as sort of the interest rate feedback loop. Remember, a year ago, I think we had 3 or 4 months where this government had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. If today the 10-year bond is at 4.5, you realize if it goes to 5.5, in 9 years, 45% of all of our tax collections are just interest. Let's not let that happen. Let's get our act together. Let's communicate to those people we borrow money from that we're serious on some fiscal sanity, because that's how you maximize the efficiency. That's how you lower the interest rates for every American. And that's how you give our kids and your retirement a future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations to the 451 graduates of John Champ High School's class of 2025. This class has a lot to be proud of. In their time as Knights, the girls' soccer team made history, winning their first state title. A member of the swimming team earned a state title at this year's Virginia High School League Swim and Dive State Championships, and the students performed in musicals and theater productions, including Disney's The Little Mermaid. My family is already looking forward to seeing the next show, and they certainly have left their mark on the John Champ community, and whether it's in college, the military, or workforce, or the trades, I look forward to seeing all that the students accomplish. So congratulations to the John Champ High School class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, congratulations to the 463 students at Light Ridge High School's class of 2025, a group that has accomplished so much. And over the last 4 years, as Lightning, they have all struck us all with their amazing theater performances and band performances. They've won regional titles and competed in Model UN competitions. And to the students, no matter what you do next, all of these experiences will prepare you to be leaders, critical thinkers, scientists, and entrepreneurs, or whatever else you want to be. So I'm looking forward to following your journey, and make sure to thank your parents and teachers as well, and congratulations to the Light Ridge High School class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Riverside High School graduating class of 2025. In their time as Rams, they've competed in the state and regional championships, performed plays, and gone above and beyond academically. They've excelled across a wide range of fields. The Riverside Moon production won a competition, and the varsity softball team won a 5A state title. And Riverside was also named as a platinum member of the 2024 AP School Honor Roll. This would not have been possible without the 80% of seniors who took at least one AP exam during high school. So congratulations to the class of 2025 for all their hard work and accomplishments. I'm looking forward to the next chapter and what it has in store for them. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the 457 graduates of Briarwoods High School's class of 2025. In their time as Falcons, they have put time and effort into classes, sports, activities, and clubs while building lifelong friendships. They've excelled in a wide range of fields this year. The football team went to the state championship. 17 students in the DECA chapter qualified for the International Career Development Conference, and the theater program took home awards at the Blue Ridge Glammies for Hello, Dolly. The graduating class of 2025 was awarded a total of $6.7 million in scholarships and grants, and that's really impressive. And I want to congratulate the entire class of 2025, and I know you'll carry on what you learned at Briarwoods into the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 400 graduates of the Broad Run High School class of 2025. In their time as Spartans, they have worked hard in class, participating in clubs and extracurriculars, competing in sports, and making lifelong friendships. The class of 2025 has excelled across a wide range of fields this year. The girls' varsity rowing team won bronze at the state championship. The Marching Spartan Celestial program dazzled, and the production of The Mystery of Edwin Drood wowed crowds. And they left their mark on our community in Ashburn, and I look forward to seeing what they accomplish next. So congratulations to the class of 2025 at Broad Run High School. I know you'll be looking back on your time fondly, and I hope you'll come back to Ashburn often. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 390 graduates at Dominion High School's class of 2025. And in their time as Titans, they have excelled across a wide range of fields. 6 will continue their athletic pursuits at the collegiate level. Members of the class made their mark at this year's Loudon Now's 2025 Excellence in High School Journalism Awards ceremony, and others were National Merit Scholarship winners and so much more. And among the impressive things about Dominion are its proud alumni network. And school representatives told us that about 15 alumni have returned to be teachers at Dominion High School. So congratulations to the class of 2025. I look forward to seeing all that you accomplish in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the remarkable Freedom Scholars in the class of 2025. And to the graduates, in your time as Eagles, you've accomplished so much, from inspiring performances on the stage to hard-fought victories on the field, to the true commitment to serving our community. You've embodied what it means to be a Freedom Eagle. Your passion for change and dedication to making a difference is clear, especially through your efforts of your JROTC cadets who have dedicated their Saturdays to community service. And you've left your mark on Freedom High School, and I look forward to watching all that you accomplish. So congratulations to the Freedom High School class of 2025. I know as you leave the nest, you will soar into the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the 345 graduates at Heritage High School and their class of 2025. In their time as part of the Pride, the varsity baseball team won the regional championship. Students put on their first sensory student-led performance, Big Fish, this past spring, and students hosted Heritage's 3rd annual cookout for first responders, thanking them for their service. And so many students have given back to our community in many ways, and they've left their mark on our community, and I'm looking forward to watching all that they accomplish. So congratulations to the graduates of Heritage High School's class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 531 graduates of Independence High School's class of 2025. As Tigers, they have excelled academically and across a wide range of other fields. The crew team earned the gold medal at the 2025 Virginia Scholastic Rowing Championships, and for the first time in the school's history, they played in an indoor percussion ensemble season. And to the students, you have contributed to the pride of independence in our community, and as a school that's so new, it's been amazing to see all that it's accomplished, and you are one of the first graduating classes. So congratulations, Tigers. Whatever comes next, I wish you all the best of luck and success in this new chapter of your lives. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the 359 graduates at Loudoun County High School and their class of 2025. In their time as captains, this class has gone above and beyond in creativity, leadership, and spirit. They have excelled across a wide range of fields, whether it was through giving back with the captain's outreach, winning gold at the track and field championships, or demonstrating academic excellence. They truly have been an impressive graduating class, and this class has left its mark on Loudoun County High School. So I look forward to seeing all that the graduates accomplish in the future, and congratulations again to the Loudoun County High School class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the 767 graduates of Loudoun Valley High School's class of 2025. And in their time as Vikings, this class has learned to lead with Viking values, respecting one another, extending empathy, and acting with integrity. This class excelled across a wide range of fields, including field hockey, and congratulations on their state title there. They've impressed the community with their art galleries and theater performances, and without a doubt, they have excelled academically. And so, to the students, you have left your mark on Loudoun Valley, and I look forward to watching all that you accomplish in the future. So congratulations, and go Vikings. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 345 graduates of Parkview High School's class of 2025. And in their time as Patriots, this class excelled in the classroom and on the field. They have achieved excellence across different fields: student journalism, mathematics, science, engineering, English, and the arts. And they've demonstrated curiosity towards the world and compassion for others. And so to the students, whether it's on the sports field or a variety of shows, band performances, and theater productions, I hope you will carry the memories you made with your classmates for a lifetime. So congratulations, class of 2025, Parkview High School. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the graduates of Potomac Falls High School's class of 2025. And their time as Panthers, they participated in a wide range of clubs and activities, including cybersecurity club, ice hockey, and Latin dance, and they accomplished so much this year. The track team won a title at the VHSL Championships, the production of Hairspray was a huge success, and the Chamber Orchestra earned straight superiors at their assessment. And Potomac Falls was also named a national model school this year, one of only 13 in the United States and the only one in Virginia. And to the students who have left your mark on Potomac Falls High School, I'm sure that your time at Potomac Falls will serve you well in the future, and I wish you all the best of luck as you enter the next chapter of your lives. Don't forget to thank your parents and teachers as well. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the graduates of Rockridge High School's class of 2025. This class has been really amazing. They have become intuitive problem solvers through rigorous academic programs and electives, and they've excelled across a wide range of fields: English, literature, calculus, physics, and the student body has managed over 122 clubs and groups. And of course, Rockridge Performing Arts program has put on top-notch performance. I was proud to take my own family to the high school's Frozen, the musical, and my daughters loved it and wanted to go back again and again. And the students have left their mark on Rockridge High School, and I look forward to watching all that they accomplish in the future. Congratulations, class of 2025, Rockridge High School, and thank you for all that you've done. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the graduates of Stonebridge High School's class of 2025. In their time as Bulldogs, this class has left a lasting legacy in the form of a mural to represent hope for the future, and they have excelled across a wide range of fields: journalism, data science, and fine arts. And Stonebridge High School's orchestra program is one of the few recognized by the Virginia Band and Orchestra Association as a program of distinction. And to the students who have left your mark on Stonebridge High School, I look forward to watching all that you accomplish in the future. Congratulations, class of 2025, Stonebridge High School. Celebrate this milestone and enjoy the journey ahead, and thank your parents and thank your teachers as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the graduates of Tuscarora High School's class of 2025. In your time as Huskies, you have made it to the state softball quarterfinals. You've excelled across a wide range of fields: jazz band, art honor society, Spanish club, and the Student Council Association. And you've left your mark on Tuscarora, and I look forward to watching all that you can accomplish. Congratulations, graduates, and I look forward to seeing all that lies ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 406 graduates of Woodgrove High School's class of 2025. As Wolverines, you have taken a meaningful step to make our school a better place. Many of you have actively contributed to making Woodgrove safer through Project Safety. You brought joy and creativity to our halls in your performance of SpongeBob the musical. Beyond that, Woodgrove High School was recognized in Virginia for its growing attention to environmental awareness and stewardship, and the students' efforts have made a lasting impact on the school and the community. A special thank you to the students, teachers, and parents for their expertise and guidance along the way. And Wolverines, you made it, and congratulations, and the future is waiting. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the graduates of Roby High School's class of 2025. In their time as Lynx, they've left a lasting legacy on our community, and as students at Loudoun County Public Schools' first non-traditional high school, I'm so proud that they've come to each class every day to learn and invest in their future. Non-traditional high school programs are becoming increasingly common, and they've all been a shining light on the different paths to success in education. So they've left their mark on Roby High School, and I look forward to watching all that they accomplish in the future. Use this moment to step up into your bright future. And congratulations, class of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.